You hear that? It's the suspense drafting. That's right, Joe Biden, Donald Trump, who be? I ain't just got a cello. I can't really play, but I'm gonna try. I know you like drama. I know y'all like that drama. Can you hear it, drama? There we go. I'm trying to be regal and like Yo-Yo Ma. I know y'all like the drama. I know y'all like it, so we about to get y'all some drama. Y'all hear it? The suspense building? Just as a disclaimer, I am not a professional celloist. I just got this on a really good deal and sale because Sam Ash is unfortunately going out of business. So I just copped the cello from there. But anyway, I got these two notes come out. Y'all hear the drama, don't you? There's two men are fighting over their golf handicap. That's note is hard, y'all. Y'all hear the drama, don't you? These two dudes are grown men, grandparents, fighting over their golf handicap. Anyway, that's what it sounded like to me. It sounded like this. That's what it sounds like, really. I'm gonna put this thing up, y'all. I'm gonna do it. I just told myself, why don't we just go on tonight and we talk about a little bit of ridiculosity as involved with what's clearly not actually two grown, salient, adult human men having an actual debate. But before we do that, hello, everyone. Chilling with the cello. I said, I'm gonna just try this. I literally don't play cello. I'm awful at cello. I was just going. Trying to on the cello, but failing miserably. So, with that said, let's talk about it, because I'm going to go back and forth between dramatizing this situation and talking to you like an actually concerned friend that the country that I live in is being demolished, deconstructed, destabilized, a controlled demolition of sorts, right before my very eyeballs. And the only thing I can simply really do about it is, I mean, I can do a lot about it interpersonally, but I'm talking about in order to stop the problem that's clearly occurring before all of our eyes, is really talk about it. Gone Zone with Tonjon, I almost missed it yesterday too, because I'm going to tell you what really happened. I'm going to tell y'all, I'm going to give a few more minutes for a few more people to join in. We gonna talk about it. 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 I picked C major to play in tonight because a songwriter, producer once told me that when the human condition experiences a sad feeling with a happy thought, or a happy thought with a sad feeling, or a happy feeling with a sad thought, that the juxtaposition of the two is what makes for great music. So you'll often find songs that are sad theme, like the lyrics are sad, like the situation is sad, they're written in C major. The most happiest key on the whole piano, all white keys. Right? But the sentiment and the theme of the song is sad. And a lot of happy songs are written in a minor key. A minor key using seventh notes, sadder notes, happier notes, sadder notes, right? And so what I'm gonna do to y'all is tell you some really sad and awful information tonight about my thoughts regarding just the second layer of what I really think is going on, because I think the first layer should be evidentially, obviously clear to everyone by now, that this president of yours is unfit for being a president. That's clearly obvious. Now, full disclosure, I'm going to take just a couple minutes to just be as transparent as I can, because I realize I start speaking on some of these subjects, and I haven't really ever shared with anybody my own personal backstory and take, and why I actually feel some type of way about this conversation. And, you know, I'm not political. I've never worked in politics, but I've come to understand that my industry, the industry that I have worked in, which is the industry of television and media, and the entertainment industry, not entertainment, it's not training, it's not television programming, it's entertainment. That industry happens to be the industry that stands directly in between the information that we're getting and you and me. So I'm looking at this like, you know, it's one of those things that's like, I just don't know if people realize how manipulation can work in an industry that's an intermediate industry. Like the industry conveying the information to you is incentivized to not necessarily convey all the information accurately, you know, in the right context. I'll give you that. Freedom of information request, you want to see the ingredients of what we force you to put in your arm? Okay, I'll give it to you in 75 years. Okay, 70 years? Is that too much to ask? 70 years? It'll take us that while to write it out by hand, as they try not to laugh. So, small backstory. I grew up in a relatively unique situation. I grew up Christian in a Christian home, raised by Christian parents. We believed in God and the Bible and stuff, and we didn't believe in none of that, you know, liberal ideology, because for some reason, conservatism and Christianity are literally identical in America. There's like this micro tiny Venn diagram of liberal Christians, and turns out I actually became friends with some of them, but whatever. My upbringing was fine. I have no qualms against it. I had a great parents and a great childhood, but my parents, even though they did vote and we did vote usually red, they weren't like staunch about it, right? It was just more like, well, we align with the principles that this guy over here is saying. We don't believe in abortion. We don't believe in all this and all that. So we just gonna vote with this. And they were just transparent about it, but they weren't like, we stand with this and we're marching for this. But you have to keep in mind, right, Black Republicans in the South. That's like, in the South, it's not even that uncommon. That's what TV want to tell y'all. In the North, it's quite uncommon, but is uncommon in general for Republicans in the North in general. So we'll get to that. But I wasn't incredibly like politically charged either way. So the first election that I actually was able to vote in was the Bush Kerry, I think it was, Bush election of 2004, which would have made me 20 at the time. I was born in 1984. So in 2004, I was 20, meaning I guess election season, I mean, honestly, I would have turned, I wasn't old enough, I suppose, at the previous election in, 2000 or whatever. So 2004, I voted. And I voted like I normally do because I believed in what the news channel that was on the TV that my parents happened to watch, right? I had no context of any other side of any conversation with the Democratic conversation or just outside of politics in general. So that was 2004. 2008 was game changing, right? Because by then I had already graduated college. I was already living and working on my own, and my roommates at the time, what up, Yoshi and Ted, great friends of mine. One is a photographer and a journalist. The other one is a doctor and a surgeon. but they're both relatively liberal. And when Barack Obama was getting nominated, boy, you tell me I ain't hear nothing but it. I was like, oh, I guess he's cool. Barack, sure, I guess. I mean, who's the other guy? Like, he seems awful. Plus, I like the idea of being somewhat rejectory to my upbringing. I'm living my wild liberal old South. Vote for Barack Obama. I'm black. It checks all the boxes. They were like, yo, we're going to, my family's from D.C. Let's go up to D.C. to the inauguration, to the National Mall. I was like, cool, a cool experience to go watch a historical moment. Sure, I'll go. So, yes, full disclosure, I was actually at the inauguration of Obama on the National Mall, standing like 16, 17 TV screens way in the back. Couldn't pee, couldn't stand, couldn't see. Cold AF. I remember it for the awful experience that it was and the awful planning and coordination from getting in and out of the National Mall. That's what I remember. I don't necessarily consider it that historic at this point. But you have to keep in mind, I wasn't like gung-ho Obama. I was just kind of like, this is cool, this is new, this is different. He seems great. The other guy was like, whatever. I don't really care that hard, but it's a cool experience. Of course, I'd love to go. And I'm good friends with these people, so sure. Then, after that, I moved to Los Angeles, and I was working in a sea of nothing but liberal ideology for the next decade. Now, ironically, I did not turn liberal. I simply became friends with a bunch of people who we didn't talk about politics. And then when I realized that my upbringing and my entire conservative-minded past, we'll just say, with my friends, my family and everything, and my own, just going along with the flow at the time, when I realized, oh wait, liberal people aren't like baby killers. These social justice warriors really be caring about people. Like, they really do be caring. They just are mistaken on what helps and what's helpful. And they're told that their guy's going to be helping, but hello, I'm the guy that they're supposed to be helping. And I can tell you it ain't actually helping. Only people who think that are people who need help, number one, and people who are just drinking the same Kool-Aid that everybody else is drinking because the government's pumping it out cheap. So I kind of was always just, keeping in mind my parents weren't heavily politically charged. I didn't really care that hard. I thought it was natural and sensible to vote red at the time when I could first vote. Then I thought, oh, it would be cool to vote independent, or maybe what's Ross Perot over there talking about? I like Ron Paul. He's cool. My roommate was a really, really big Ron Paul fan. I was like, who's this guy, Ron Paul? I mean, yeah, he said, I like him. I mean, why can't, what's Ron Paul over here talking about? Why y'all won't get Ron Paul no time? So I started exploring, like, okay, why is it just these two? And I go overseas and they got parliaments and they got this, and you go to this side of town and this is the rules, and you go to that side of town, it's a whole different situation in different countries. I've been fortunate to be able to travel to probably, I haven't counted, me and my wife had a little like travel off to see who had more stamps in their passport when we first met, but she beat me because she used to tour. She was a touring musician. I don't count. But it's probably like 30-something, right? It's 30-something different countries over random reasons for work or for different things. And, most of them were not like Americanized or Westernized. And I was able to see, other countries have a way of doing their thing. And it actually is okay. It's like an okay way of doing things. And it's different from ours. It's nothing like ours. And in many ways, it's kind of better. It's worse over here, but it's better over here. I'm not one of those America haters. I definitely recognize the benefits that come along with America. I just think I recognize some propaganda and branding that's shoved in there too. And from the media side of things, I can see, this is why people think this is. They just see it and they pledge it and they put your hand on, take your hat off. Take your hat off. Or else that guy who we said died on your behalf is disgraced in his grave. Take it off. It's like, okay. But they lied to you about that whole war, remember? So, anyway, I hit a point. 2008, voted for you-know-who, O to the B. And I was only just, at the time, honestly, it was just because this seems right. This seems sensible. This guy clearly talks the right game. I don't believe, in all of his, I don't believe he's going to do anything, but, sure, why not? That was kind of, the premise. Then, by 2012, I had already been up to speed, this guy is a weasel. I don't trust him. I don't like him. He thinks, everybody thinks he's cool because he's the least uncool president we have. But that would be a bunch of people with two left feet walking into a dance hall in a professional dance troupe, and then an extra person with one left foot and one right foot walks in, and we'll take him because he's great. He's the best one that's come to us that's got a one right foot and one left foot. He can actually put a whole sentence together and shoot a jump shot, and most of us all fell for it. Then 2012 came and I was over it. I didn't vote. I didn't care because I knew it didn't matter. And between 2012 and 2016, everything changed. Everything changed. Everything changed. How everything changed. Change. How everything. How I'm talking about everything. Everything changed for me. And I'll tell you why. Because I learned the hustle. I was, at that time, separate from my political backstory. My entertainment industry backstory is pretty, it's whatever. It's not average. It's whatever. It's just my story. It's like some people's stories are more sensational, others are less. I moved out to Hollywood. I was like, I'm going to make it. I'm going to do this. I'm going to make something for myself. If everybody can do it, I can do it. And within 7 or 8 months of me moving out there, a good buddy of mine from high school, shout out B Tags, that I knew from high school, had worked at Sony at the time. So he got an email for a production company looking for a particular type of job. Knew that they couldn't handle it internally, so he's like, hey, would you mind if I forwarded them your info? I said, sure, of course. He forwards them my info. That turns into my first large paying job in Los Angeles, making a commercial for Google at the time. It was wild. It was crazy how it all came together. And through that job and a series of parleyances, within the next year, I was working up. And, I thank God, and I thank my friend, and I thank all these other things that were outside of me, outside of my own skill set, that got me in some of these rooms. But between 2010 and 2014, 2015, that's where my whole career was going like this. Boom, 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 boom. I had commercials. I was a part of a whole team that had a commercial on the Super Bowl. I edited, literally on my laptop, in fact, where is my laptop? It's right over there. I got that same computer that I edited that commercial on. Actually, that's not true. I got that computer a little later. But I'm saying I was literally in the process of editing and directing projects with people that made the national circuit, the international circuit. I had representation overseas and in other countries for agents and stuff like that. I was working. Big money, big jobs. It was cool. It was exhausting. It's kind of unnatural how much it demands of your time, but it was great in my 20s. And then around my 30s, around age 30, toward the end of my rise in my career, tanking happened. And it was really just a series of unfortunate events between a breakup, a health issue, me mixing up my medication, taking the wrong one, some financial issues that some friends of mine had fell into at the time, so some investments fell through, combined with just all that happening at the same time. And I lost a lot of what I had kind of built and worked, and a lot of the status in my own mind, really, that I had achieved to that point because of what I have valued as my worth within an industry. And it was kind of like it wasn't a blow to my ego because I wasn't famous or nothing, but it was internally a struggle to kind of have to live below the means I had become comfortable living, because I was just used to eating $100 sushi for lunch and dinner, because I just do a commercial next week and make it all back. It's like you don't have to budget, because there's no point in budgeting, because there's way more input than output at the time. So all these practices led to me understanding how the entertainment industry works. And so by 2016, this was Hillary and Trump, I was already I don't know. Because my homegirl, because when Trump started running, I remember I had just done this video. I'm not going to mention who the people, they're a famous duo, comedy duo. I won't mention them because I don't want to bring them into the conversation. But I knew them from way back in the day, and they had a new show I had done. They were reaching out to several directors. I think I got 2 videos, 1 or 2 projects on that first season. and me and like 4 or 5 other guys. But one of those projects, the makeup artist, the wardrobe and makeup artist, we used to work on The Apprentice. And so I got to sit there and talk with her. And this, keep in mind, I'm directing the whole set. So this is somebody I'm hiring. She's sending me her invoices. I'm like, facilitating this whole, shoot that we're doing. And she's just telling me straight up, just like this. I'm sitting with her and I'm hearing from someone who had been in the makeup room with Donald Trump for the whole season of The Apprentice, who had become good friends with his ex-wife, who had, spent time around this dude. I'm not paying attention to politics because this is already 2016. 2015 is when the big awakening happened. 2014 is when the big crash happened. 2013, I was so busy moving and shaking and hopping and locking and shooting videos and flying the country and doing all this and all that, getting stamps in my passport. There wasn't time to research or read anything. I wasn't reading anything. I was winning. Remember, I was winning, right? Up until it was like, yoink. God was like, yoink. I can take it away. I can sure do that. Take it right on away. And I'm glad he did, because I was actually heading for success in an industry that I later come to learn I did not like. Popping and locking. That's right. I saw somebody comment that. Later on, speaking of comments, I always be telling myself I'm going to record, and then I'll be forgetting to do it. So I was heading for this whole... There we go. Boom. Okay, so I was heading for this whole career like this, and then I'm laying the story out because I want y'all to understand. I'm not the one who's going to just talk like I know something when I don't know something. So I gave you the first story of me having spoken with the wardrobe lady who worked at a high enough level. I'm just telling you, I'm saying none of this to toot my own horn, because none of it's horn tootable. This is all over a decade ago, before the crashes and burns. And I'm having these conversations where I'm just sitting for an hour saying, who is Donald Trump? What do you know about him? You worked with him for years. What do you know about him? And I'm just getting direct, personal, firsthand, 1 degree of separation stories. Never mind what a blog says. Never mind what a pundit says. I've never met the dude, but I have multiple friends who have. And that goes for Obama, and not so much for Biden, but for Obama. So then my spidey sense is just about that 2016 election where a bit like, I don't know. I'm just gonna Now, I just sat out and I watched families and households and friendships get destroyed, and church groups, and just conversations about any sort of solutionism, if you will, in any of this thing. And I watched it get destroyed. And I'm sitting here going, this is unprecedented. I remember asking my mother, I was like, Mom, I've only really voted once or twice. You've been voting your whole life. You worked the polls. What is it that I'm missing? Is this election different? Have you ever seen it this tense? And I remember asking her that, and she was like, Chris, I've never seen this much tension. And I'm like, I know, right? It's weird, right? Ever since that, Bush, Kerry, Florida recount, there's always been some sort of drama around this election in this weird way. And then from then it was Obama, are you really even an American? Let me see your birth certificate, and Kenya and all this. And then, you got the Romney drama with McCain in 2012. Then you got the whole Hillary and Trump in 2016. And I was just keeping in mind, 2008 is the last time I actually hit a button on a ballot. So we're talking, pushing 15, 16 years now. I'm checked out. My emotions are checked out. I don't care. I don't care. And I've come to understand that I have good friends on both sides of this political issue. I have really smart, really God-fearing conservative people who aren't stupid, who really do mean well. And they really can see clear problems on the liberal side of this solution-based approach, if that's what we're really talking about here. And I also have really solid liberal-minded friends who do not hate babies or children and absolutely think that, murder is a bad choice, even though it's still a choice, right? It's not a bad choice if it's not a choice at all, right? But it's still an awful choice. And that, we're not going to just flip-flop over how we define murder because because some freak from the 70s wants to offer up some weird explanations for his own perverted pleasure. The conversation has gotten deeper than just the surface level political back and forths of the 90s and 2000s. And so I've realized there's plenty of liberal friends I have that are great people, hard workers, care about people. They just can tell that this Donald Trump dude is weird, and he says a lot of weird things because they don't know how the media works and how, gaslighting works. And I can't blame them because most of y'all don't know how the media works. So it is what it is. So by 2016, I was not voting already. By 2012, I was not voting. By 2016, I started to have conversations with the people who was a part of people running. By 2017, something significant happened. The story takes a plot twist. Changes key. Because in 2017, I did a series of it wasn't commercials. I built some it was commercials and promos and promotional videos for, again, someone I will not name because I'm definitely not trying to bring this person into the conversation, but this individual was a presidential candidate more than once. This was another person who did not win, but someone who actually ran. And this was not anything political I was working on. This was simply just commercial stuff for the person's television program that I got hired to do because the network the program was on was run by my homie who did the marketing on the Doritos thing that we won 15 years before the other commercial. So I did a thing for the Super Bowl, a thing from earlier in the story. I was the editor. There was another guy over here working the marketing, another guy directing, another guy with talent and cast. I was doing the post, the edit, all the tech stuff. And we all were working together as a team, and we won. It was great. That guy later got a job at a big TV network in marketing, and he was, let me call my homeboy Chris because he does great promos, and that's why I got to do this commercial. That was the only reason. No signatures, nothing like that. But I was under the impression I was going to be met with some Secret Service and all this pomp and circumstance, and I show up to the hotel, and he's like, yo, let's ride where we filming today. It was like that. And I'm not going to say who it was, but it was somebody whose name you would probably recognize. And I was able to have a one-on-one conversation during the multiple days that we filmed together. This guy was a very respectable individual. I have nothing bad at all to say about him. But what I was able to learn is that it's a job. It's like, okay, got it. You just working a job and you understand it. And you're assuming that we're all smart enough to understand it too. It's almost how Dwayne Johnson can become The Rock and Steve Austin can become Stone Cold Steve Austin. And they can understand it's just a job. And if the fans in the audience don't really understand that it's just a job, then that's okay too. Because it's just a job, y'all. It's just a job. It's just a job. Oh, I'm gonna put some gloss on, because I'm gonna tell y'all why it gets even weirder from there. And wow, what I'm seeing in this election, y'all. Oh, what I'm seeing now. What I'm seeing now. What I'm seeing on my TV screen. I wasn't even looking at my TV, I was looking at my phone. Which is even worse. It's even worse. I'm gonna tell y'all why I was checked out. Because I don't follow it. And when I say I don't follow, I'm not gassing y'all up. I literally was not watching and did not care to watch the debates, because between that time in 2017 and flash forward to 2024, I have had the most amount of conversations between people very intimate with both candidates' situation from a more media, tertiary standpoint. I'm not in politics. I don't work in politics. But from like film and TV and agents and management and talent relations and CAA and all the different, connections and the conversation be conversationalized. I know some musicians who have some, insecurity and, there's some connection. So I I'm not saying this to horns. I'm just saying this to say, you guys, I consider these people a degree or two of separation from me. And I'm always telling people, you don't know me unless you know me. You don't know me. You might think you know me, but you don't actually know me unless you know me. Okay? I don't know you unless I know you. I know what you give to me on your social media, but I don't actually know you until I know you. Now, none of y'all don't know Donald Trump. I don't know Donald Trump. I don't actually know him. I know several people who do. And when I talk to the people who do, the stories I get are mixed. They're not uniform. Some people are actually very, obliged and cordial with the dude and, work together, not BFFs or nothing, but, they work enough together. Other people have not the nicest things to say. So I'm coming at this sitting next to peers of his. I don't watch his propaganda or his opponent's propaganda. In fact, I try not to watch. I be trying to watch other things, and then in front of me pops Barack Obama telling me for 99% of the video why I should vote for Joe Biden, who comes on and says, I approve of this message. That's the best y'all got? That's the best y'all got? That's the best they got. That's the best they got. We about to bebop it. I got this new setup, y'all. Here's the drama. Peep it on your life. It's a debate between Joe Biden and I think Donald Trump. Like, okay, I think one's on Metamucil, the other one got a diaper on. Okay, I think. Thank you, Ashley. I love this mic. Now, the mic is pretty sick, but I was like, let me try some new toys with this live. I got this, it's the software. The software is called Doubler. It's called Doubler. It's a great software. I do like the software, but it requires any sort of dynamic mic to be plugged in. And this mic is being routed through a separate system that's coming out of the other system. But I was trying to talk and beatbox, and then I realized when you're rapping, you need to inhale sometimes if you're going to exhale. So when I'm going, that's great, but it's all exhale. And then if I'm going to keep, oxygen flowing in so that my brain cells get new oxygen to formulate new cohesive thoughts, then it requires that between my exhales, I inhale. And I can't do that when I'm talking because that also requires exhale. So now I'm got like, okay, I'm gonna loop. I got my loop pedal set up, so I'm going to loop some beatboxes. But I have a groove set up. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get back to the story, and we're going to build this drama out because I do want this to be like this. There we go. Telenovela. I got on my little setup. I'm gonna build something in real time. I want to thank you, Ashley. I want to make this entertaining but also make this educational because this is why I've taken so much time to tell the backstory. I told the backstory because I'm coming at this from a slightly different angle than an average person. I realize that, and I'm not saying that to say, because I'm special, I know more than here with my pinky turned up as I sip my champagne. I'm not trying to do that. Like that, like what's the Leonardo DiCaprio meme? That's not me. I'm not trying to do that. Oh, okay, I'm gonna start the beat up. I gotta loop it, and then I realize in order to get the loop right, I gotta get the tempo, and in order to get the tempo right, I gotta switch to half. We're gonna do it, but I'm gonna get to the story. I'm gonna connect it to the beat. Because it's a horror show, y'all. It's a horrible horror story we're living through, and we are living in the middle of a whole devolution. I can't even say revolution. It's a devolution. I'm not average. I'm 6'7". Well, there you go, Dino. That's the tagline. So I told the backstory because after meeting the wardrobe lady, then after meeting the other politician, and then and asking him some questions about your old girl Hillary too, so that was wild too. And then after meeting the other person and the other person and the old homie from around the way who knew him, who'd been working with him for years, and the other person, I'm hearing, again, stories from different people who didn't know each other. Some of them who were very like, he's actually not a bad guy, we're working on some stuff. And the other people who are like, I don't like him because of this, and this. I'm telling y'all, it's not what y'all think is going on, okay? Separately, what I know is going on in the White House is clearly not what anybody thinks going on. And I've known that for a while, and I think people are starting to catch on to that much. The next thing I need for y'all to really wrap your mind around is the reality that the world is watching America. The world is watching us. That's going to be the theme for the beat, because that's actually the theme for my whole premise. The world is watching us more than we are watching our own selves. Yes, plenty of Americans watched the debate last night. The only reason I saw the last 30 minutes is because a good buddy of mine called me. And this is a guy who I pick up the phone for, some people and not other people. But I pick it up for him. And he called me and he said, bro, are you watching this? And I said, watching what? He said, the debate. And I go, oh, that's tonight. No, I was on the scooter actually doing for a night scoot. He's like, I'm literally scooting with my headphones in, listening in my own world, like not even aware that there's a presidential debate going on, just how far removed I am from caring. Because again, I work around these people. It's like, this is a skit. These are actors. It's like, if I work around Dwayne Johnson every day, I'm probably not going to watch WrestleMania. It's like, oh, he puts on some underwear and then he becomes The Rock. Okay, yeah, that's cool. He make that. Get your money, Dwayne. I ain't mad. Just be on set tomorrow. Don't be late. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I work with I don't fan out from like a traditional consumer viewer side. So I'd already kind of hit this social tangential circle. Again, I'm not in politics. I just interface sometimes with different people for work. And I had already become quite aware. Okay, got it. This industry is all about illusion. That's why it works. Even in a benign way, it's still illusion, right? If I put a green screen behind me and I record myself and then I replace that green with some other special thing, that's an illusion. Now it's fine. It's CGI, right? We're in it for the thrill and the adventure of it all when it's benign, but it's still an illusion. I just realized that illusion is powerful when it's so much bigger than what people like, let me word it differently. When the illusion is financially invested in an illusion and the open-ended financial nature of a particular outcome is heavily influenced by the power and the funding of a certain illusion, people who are good people become pawns in a much bigger story that they aren't aware is taking place. And what I can tell you with certainty is that neither person on either side of that debate stage is as stupid as you think. That is my personal opinion, that Joe Biden is hamming up the stupid on purpose. I'll tell you why in a second. I don't think he's smart, but I definitely don't think he's near as dumb as he looks. I know for a fact that if, as a producer, if I don't want to portray a particular type of feeble-minded, feeble-brained, feeble-mouthed individual, you will not see a feeble-mouthed, feeble-brained, feeble-mouthed-minded individual. Period. That's every good television. That's every artist. Forget a producer. That's literally any artist. Like if I'm a piano player and I'm like a perfectionist, I'm not going in piano, like everything could be a chord. I'm trying to push like every single chord. All right, that's not a chord, right? If I'm pushing every button, all right? So a real artist does not let that come out of the studio unless the point was to say, all right, now I'm gonna do a really awful chord and I want people to feel the tension and the awfulness. You see what I'm saying? Cassia said, or a wonderful clone. This is the problem. Even as a clone, and I will get to the clone discussion, but even as a clone, the clones if I'm a producer and I'm sending a clone out on the main event, he gonna be the clone in tip-top shape. It's not gonna be a creakety-crackety, I should have updated the software 10 years ago clone. It's gonna be a highly functional, you have to keep in mind these people are manipulating the perception of the world in real time. I'm trying to convey to people, accidents and buffoons don't destabilize entire countries. coup d'etats. Coup d'etat. Coup d'etat. Coup d'etat. It's a French word. The T is silent. Don't ask why. Coup d'etats. Military strategists at the highest level, trained in military intelligence, making pacts with brotherhoods, making pacts with devils, take over countries. Not buffoons. Not money-hungry businessmen who just happen to be in lucrative business deals and, awful barbershops. This is not how juggernauts play. That's the one big, pro tip I'm trying to give people. As someone who has worked around greats, the people at every level in that building, up to the level that the greats are on, are great at what they do. Every person in that building was great. The great is just the sharkiest, meanest, or most controlled / broken / possessed individual of the day, of the week, of the month, of the season. But every person in this industry is pretty talented. They're you move to LA and you go to an audition for I'm unique, right? I did a little acting, did a lot of commercials for a furniture company and some stuff back before I moved to LA. I said, I'm gonna go try to do some acting. I'm 6'7". I'm really tall. Right? I get into auditions and I find there's a whole lot of other black Chris Crutchfield looking 6'7" niggas up in here. Good Lord, there's 37 people that look just like me. Just this audition, and they all, half of them got better shoes on. It's woo. You see what I'm saying? It's I already look pretty unique and weird. And then I go into a line full of people who basically look kind of just like me. And this is a basic audition. We're not talking about like big money, right? We're talking just getting to LA type thing. And so what I bring that story up to say, there is so much incredible talent hidden behind self-worth issues, desperation, and all kinds of things in these industries of entertainment and politics. I'm specifically concentrating on the industry I work in. And the reason is because people need to understand that this is entertainment at this point. CNN is an entertainment media company. CNN does not own CNN. CNN does not own CNN. In fact, let's look up in real time, because I actually forget, because it's basically just one person at the end of the day. Let's look up who owns CNN. If anybody remembers in the comments, just type it in there. But I'm just going to look it up really on Wikipedia. In fact, I'm going to go to Google. I don't even use Google. I'm going to go to google.com just to look it up. I made commercials for them for years. I probably made 20 commercials for this company. They paid me well, but I don't use their products no more. Anyway, who owns CNN? It's probably going to be Vivendi or Disney? I forget who owns CNN. Warner Brothers. Okay, got it. Okay, so it's Warner. Okay, so there's 5 companies right now. Warner is one of them. When you hear of any of these companies, they are named after people. There's a Pop Warner, Father Warner, the matriarch or patriarch rather of this dynasty. That's a family business. The 5 families that owned the French one, the Warner one, the Murdoch one for Fox, Sony one, Universal. These own all the music, magazines, TV channels, including the one that this debate was on. And they have a very important task. And that task is to be the face of the justification of the destabilization of America. I'm going to say it again. The task is to become the face of the justification of the destabilization of America. Let's work it backwards. The destabilization of America is clearly underway. You can't tell me that as a high school political science experiment, I had to show astute crisis planning measures to mitigate loss and to mitigate crisis in the form of an exercise in my high school AP, economics or whatever class. Shout out to Ms. Poole. She was my teacher at the time. But it's you have to, it's I was required to show competence as a teenager, right, in high school. And this like 80-something-year-old guy almost like barely shows any of that when it comes to just discussing the incompetence that was the COVID-19 situation. I mean, how it was handled anyway. I mean, of course, everybody has their opinions on the experts and all this. I'm just saying, if anybody is going to sit here and honestly say that infectious disease experts handled things well, then that's just a conversation I'm not interested in having anymore, because that is the opposite of what happened. And I will not bother entertaining the idea that that didn't happen, or anybody who still thinks that. You know, it's not that I ain't got time for people. It's just that, hello, they didn't handle it properly. Okay, we can all agree on that. Okay, so now that we can move forward, you don't get to just accidentally end up in charge and make that many mistakes by accident. It's all incredibly purposeful. You don't go on TV and have your former/future asterisk president point at the current president and say, I'm sorry, I didn't understand any of what he just said. But to answer your question, this is a coherent sentence, whatever that was. I don't know. And have a point about it, you know, because what did he just say? Like, we all heard it. Like, what was that? That's not on purpose. Like, you don't have a whole, like, CIA, like, just running things, just going, yep, all right, that was good. Y'all, that was good, right? We did good. That's not, that he looks presidential, right? I mean, I know we've run, but the intelligence agencies basically run things, / the military, but what we just saw made sense. Y'all see what I'm saying? So what we just saw, and the reason why I think what we just saw was very unique, is because the world is watching. And the world is watching a leadership buffoonerize itself. That's the justification part of the destabilization. The destabilization is happening at the bank level. It's a wrap. You can blame Obama, you can blame Bush, you can blame Reagan, you can blame Nixon. You're still missing the mark, because none of those guys actually ran anything. We're going to talk in a bit later about how this country really does work. But as a pro tip, just understand we are a British colony, basically, on paper, on commercial paper. we're you know, if the paper say chattel on the top, that's the paper that I'm talking about. We are a British operation in function. And this is why the District of Columbia is relating to Colombia. Ask yourself who Colombia is, and watch as a district that's its own sovereign nation state, and start there. And we'll talk a little bit more. I won't be super cryptic. I'm just trying to wrangle this story into the point of what I think is going on with this election and this debate. And when I saw this, and again, by saw, I mean watched the last 30 minutes of and just shook my head in utter despair, and actually sat there. I literally watched it and I turned it off and I sat there just like this, y'all. And I said, wow, okay, we're there. It's time. They're doing the thing. Got it. Like, y'all, most of y'all probably watched the debate and was like, yeah, get him, tell him Trump, this guy's an idiot. Or was watching from the other political side of the aisle and was like, oh, I mean, like, sure, Biden, I think I understood what you, yeah, that's presidential enough. He completed that sentence. That presidents complete sentences sometimes. Everybody makes mistakes. Either one, right? I'm watching it, and the last 30 minutes of it, after my buddy convinced me to, and I said, I don't want to. He said, Chris, you got to watch it for the historical significance. You just got to watch it for the crazy clownishness of it all. I said, really? He said, yeah. I said, what's it on? He said, CNN. I said, I don't have CNN. I don't subscribe to it. I don't have cable. I don't watch TV. You know, what's it like? How do I see? So my buddy's sending it to me on Twitch. I said, can you give me a link to the Twitch stream? Well, let me ask. Okay. Well, actually, it's being streamed on CNN's website. Okay, great. So give me. He shot me the link. I clicked that link. I sat there and I busted out laughing and shook my head the whole time. It was a juxtaposition of the most extreme humor and the most extreme at the same time. And it wasn't because of what they were saying, because it has nothing to do with either person's talking point. It has to do with, y'all, everybody's watching this and they think Americans actually voted for this. Like they act like people in Sweden, where my wife is from, people in Latvia, people in Africa, people in, Estonia, Muslim countries. A lot of Muslim countries that are under the thumb of American financial and military oppression right now are watching, and they genuinely think that Americans are represented properly by either two of those people on stage. Y'all understand that? They genuinely think, like we're 330 million people. Rough estimates here. Let's just go with their numbers, never mind the lies. 330 million out of the last time I checked, pushing 8 billion. Okay, 330 million is less than half of 1 billion. And there's 8 billion people, so they say, in the world right now, and growing. And we represent less than half of one of those billion people. That's a relatively small percentage for the influence in the conversation that we have on the world stage. Now, ask me why, in an industry that curates every inch of what we see. When I'm telling y'all, I had whole entire networks from people like Warner at that level emailing my email inbox saying, hey, the artist that you're filming with, the TV actress that you're filming with, just had a positive COVID. This was years ago. I'm not going to tell you who, no details. Just had a positive COVID test. So everybody has to sign an NDA with your production company that nobody knows this, because everybody's supposed to have been tested. They have all these people on set sticking stuff in your brain to test you for COVID, and everybody was supposed to have done that. So somehow somebody had COVID and got on set and infected. I'm using air quotes in case you can't see. The lead actress of this mega new TV show that they're doing, who we were shooting a separate commercial with, just unrelated to the show, just separate product. And I'm having the whole hammer thrown at me to keep this under wraps while I go and turn and the whole president, it's just now leaked that Joe Biden has contracted COVID-19. Donald Trump has come down with a bout of the COVID. He thinks it's the Delta strain. And I'm going, why are they telling us this? Anthony Fauci. It turns out he was wearing 2 masks, just like he at first didn't, but then later did tell you to do. And then even though he did it too, his advice didn't work for him. He took the jib and it didn't work for him because he still got the COVID. But instead of not telling us to save for the embarrassment, they tell us. They volunteer the information while I have tween actresses that, like, multiple mega network lawyers are saying, you better not say a word. Significantly further down the influence, fame, money, whatever ladder than either president or Fauci. But I'm like, y'all, there's a giant suppression of people catching this in this entertainment space or this politics space. Yet they're just telling us, just volunteering all this information that we totally don't need to know about the mistakes and the incompetence going on in their leadership regarding this crisis that they're claiming is a crisis that none of us actually think is a real crisis, because when we walk outside, everybody seems fine. High horse dismounted. So, let's get to making us a bean. I got me a little drum loop pulled up here. Let's start it. Okay. It's a little time to talk about the bass. It's a little time to put in a little bass. It's a little time to say I like basically, that debate was a hot mess pee. A little pee in your tea. Little like, oh, my name ain't Rodney. Oh, hold up, no. I think that this is just a little sketch, little skit for the rest of us. And when I say rest of us, just best believe that I'm talking about the rest of the entire world. No matter the shape, I don't know, but I just know that, oh, no. America is probably toast. And by toast, yeah, I mean, yeah, the most gaslit and the most burnt, yeah, most deserted and the most turned, yeah, the most unlearned, the most burnt, yeah, the most burnt, don't nobody know what they're talking about, no. Everybody trying to remix and show. Yeah, they got a rainbow flag up in the window, cause they just invented a whole Pride Month out of nowhere, because like we don't know gay people exist or something. Y'all complaining and concerned about the wrong things at every turn. At every single turn. Okay, this man said, I'm in shape. In fact, I've been working. Yes, Americans, you can trust me. I've even got my golf handicap down to a 6. Oh, I say I busted out laughing like, yo. This president just said, like, what? He just said, like, he got his handicap down to a 6? Okay, first of all, that's definitely cap. So when Trump said that, I was like, this is hilarious because ain't no way this old geriatric got a 666. I ain't even talking like I got good sticks or I can play golf, but I just know that a 6 handicap is pretty good. And I'm pretty sure you just fell off a bike and tripped up some stairs and can't say a word and can't do your hair. And your wife helped you on that stage. Yeah, we all saw that replay. So you telling me you can hit a 6? You can barely know what a 6 iron look like to hit a number 73 on the handicap. I be like, yep, Joe, you lying off the mouth. I be like, put the cap back on. This president's told somebody cut the microphone. Oh, it's on CNN. Oh, yeah, my friend. Toast. Yeah, they doing the most. This is why, because this is going worldwide, and we're like, guess what, y'all? The whole world is gonna see it. What we're talking about, yeah. What we're talking about, yeah. What we're talking about, yeah. And we're gonna switch up the flow. We're gonna bring it back. For sure. We're gonna bring it back some more. Gonna bring it back some more. Cause this here telenovela is getting ridiculous. Cause this here telenovela is getting ridiculous. Yeah, this here telenovela is getting ridiculous. That's gonna be the hook that I come back to as we keep talking about what's going on with the microphone, phone. Gonna tell what's going on. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela, that's what I'm gonna do. This telenovela, hey. This tele, go. This telenovela ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. And no, I don't vote, no. Because I'm gonna tell y'all for sure just how this country works. It doesn't work like you think. No, I don't vote no more. It's been since 2008. Yeah, I don't vote no more. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Oh, this telenovela is getting ridiculous. Oh, this telenovela is getting ridiculous. Okay, I'm gonna set this loop, and then I'm gonna come back to the loop. So I'm gonna try to plug it in, like ooh. Okay. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Here we go. 5, 6, 7, 8. Here we go. Okay. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. I'm gonna reset this loop, and then getting people to not vote is part of the plan. Let's say you're under the impression that the plan is not 100 or more years in the making. That voting is actually a thing. I'm trying to tell y'all, I had a series that I posted years ago. Your vote has not mattered since 1871. That's when your country was purchased by another country and a coup happened. And if you were born in 1971, it was 100 years before you were born. And you talking to me about information that you have not yet become aware of. That 100 years before you were born, if you were born in 1971, I was born in 1984. We're talking 113 years before I was born. That became not the case. And when I learned that, because I actually know how the system works, I'm not trying to throw shade. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm trying to say, this telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Okay, here we go. 5, 6, 7, 8. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. 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 Hey. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Sing it with me now. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Oh. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. 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 Okay. Let's keep building. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Hey. Let me come up in my headphones, baby. All right, this is why the telenovela is getting ridiculous. And we're gonna keep the story moving forward. I'm just kinda switching up to keep it not boring. I'm just trying to do a little entertaining and explaining, and I can't keep it same. A thought and do a little inhaling. Just a little bit of inhale of some oxygen. Just trying to concentrate, trying to bring it to your edge, set the record straight. Okay, when you think you voting, it doesn't matter. I know that sounds really radical, but let me tell you. At this point in life, I'ma keep it down, keep it 100. I'ma just hit you straight. I'm gonna take all the flavor and all the dips and dilly, silly, goose and gloss away. And I wanna drill to the point. The reason this telenovela is getting ridiculous is because people are still under the impression that our votes matter. And someone commented, that's part of the plan to get us to not vote. They wouldn't be entirely wrong, but they're a layer removed. Most people who say that's part of the plan to get us to not vote is to destabilize the idea of voting, or most people are worried that the internet conversation and the loss of trust in our leadership is going to destabilize the trust people have in the government and cause people to not engage with the government. That's going to lead to more authoritarian measures and or chaotic measures. And what I'm trying to explain to people is that that's a layer behind, it's 100 years behind the curve. 100 years. And here's why. Because your country was already bought out from under you and your vote didn't matter 150 years ago at this point. 150 whole years ago. More than that was back in 2017. Right? That's my math. Yeah, 2017. 150 years. No, 2021. That was when it was 150 years. 150 years. 153 years at this point. And imagine my surprise when I realized that, like everything else I was told in school, my education around the presidents, the founding fathers, the legislative, executive, and judicial branch was actually some propaganda. Like, is it okay? Can we just agree that we were lied to? Are we really adults and we really still think that the lie stops at the liberal edge of the stick or the conservative edge of the stick? Like, we really don't think that after what we just saw for the last 4 years that they can lie about more things than just the obvious? Okay, since we're all there, hopefully, pro entire tip. The vote system has been, I can't even say broken. It has not existed in a functionally useful way other than hitting a button that goes straight into the shredder below since 1871. And I'm not making it up. And anybody who does not know what I'm talking about or can't fathom how that could even be possible, start there. That was me a decade ago, starting there, okay? Just starting there with conversations of people at the same level of the very people we're talking about. Okay, I need y'all to understand this is not a horn toot. This is me saying some basic ground needs to be covered, and the first thing that needs to be understood is that we are not dealing with a government that works how we're told. Okay? You got it? We're not dealing with a government that works anything like how we're told, and because of that, this is what is happening. The world, I believe, is already on a global financial system and already obviously on a global data network. I do get the impression that the throttle is being pushed forward. Like in an airplane, they're like, engines full power, both engines, full power for this changeover, because a weird mezzanine middle ground exists at this present moment. And that mezzanine middle ground is the between what we clearly see was a broken leadership structure and the new replacement leadership structure that's not ready to be installed yet because enough people haven't seen the obvious brokenness. So to connect this to voting, I have said since 2012, when I hit the epiphany, our vote doesn't really matter. All you need is a solid CPA who knows what they're doing, and you pay less or more taxes depending. It really has nothing to do with who's in office. If anybody's a sucker who still hasn't figured that out, like everybody, write-offs are like, that's the whole point, right? That's the whole point. So if your CPA is making you, if you're doing your taxes yourself, never mind. We're not even going to talk about taxes because just wait until we get to that point of the ridiculous. In fact, let's talk about them for a brief second. That's part of why last night was such buffoonery. Do y'all understand what an income tax is? Never mind what Wikipedia says. They lying. Do y'all understand the inception, formation, and the point of what an income tax for any state, never mind just America, for any country, was based around? Then you talk about America's. Now, yes, certain countries have completely different tax structures. Sweden is a great example. My wife is from Sweden, so I'm quite familiar with that one just because of proximity. But are you aware of the voluntary nature of the origin of this entire whole structure? Shocker, right? So has anybody wondered why, whether they're wearing a red necktie or a blue necktie, no politician ever produces tax records? None of them. It was all, Obama, he's not really an American. Show us your tax record. I'll show him to if I have to, but that's private information. This is ridiculous. This is a complete witch hunt. I'm just as red-blooded American as everybody else is, and I find that absurd. Right? Trump, show us your tax records. Mar-a-Lago, I forgot. I got to show you my tax record. You see what I mean? You see what I'm saying? Wait. Everybody comes up with an excuse why they don't show, and here's why. Because they don't have to show you the records that don't exist. Because they haven't paid them. Because they don't have to. Because they exist and work in trust structures and tax classes that are non-taxable. And they figured that if you haven't figured that out, you's a sucker. And if you want to still vote for them, cool. fool. Barack Obama got the whole entire nerve to come in front of the video I'm trying to watch and be like, campaign's really tough. Trust me, I've known him. I've won twice. You know what Joe could use? More than anything, he could use your support. Every $5 helps. Every $5 helps. This is a whole entire money grab. And how it's going to be a Joe Biden commercial and we don't even see Joe Biden in it? It's just a whole marketing thing. It literally looks like, this is your boy, Stone Cold Steve Austin. And if you want to be a mega wrestler, you need the Stone Cold Steve Austin workout pants. They make your butt cheeks tight and your biceps even tighter. In fact, it comes with a free 6-pack of John 3:16. For God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten son beer cans. You can be just like me, bald-headed and totally have high blood pressure. Stone Cold Steve Austin. It sounds like that. A sales pitch to a wrestler's wrestling match. Because when I watched this last night, I'm going, neither person is talking about the reality of taxes. Neither individual. This is not pro-Trump or pro-Biden, anti-Trump or anti-Biden. Neither person is actually talking about what's actually going on. Well, you want to raise taxes. That's not true. Our taxes have been lower than they've ever been. Did anybody who did watch it, did anybody notice that? It was hyperbole on both sides, extreme and extreme. And they were just saying, I am the best. I'm literally the best. This guy's literally the worst. This president's the worst. In fact, when I was president, I was the best. I had better numbers than anybody ever. In fact, that's not true. My numbers are better than anybody's. His were actually the worst. It's like, there's no in between. There's no like, well, yours were the second best, but mine were actually the best. There's none of that. Like adults, like let's acknowledge that both of us were pretty popular and I won, but you were pretty close. No. It's I won and you had the worst possible presidency of all time. Really? That's what it is? It's this like way over here in the 100 or way at 0. There's like no in the middle. It's just the needle is going like this. And I watched this ping pong match go like this. Right up until he said the line about the handicap, which almost made me spit my drink out. I was really like, it was 2 lines. It was the Manchurian Candidate line, which I know who was listening, y'all heard that. And it was the golf handicap. I said, they just had Donald Trump out loud be like, yeah, this guy, Joe Biden, he's like a Manchurian candidate. I'm trying to be like a Manchurian candidate. Do y'all realize the implication of a actual head of state, a former head of state, saying on national TV that the current head of state is a Manchurian candidate? He said that. I'm yelling because that's how upset it should make you that this is actually your president. And the best the news pundits can say is like, well, yeah, Joe Biden, it's like the Democrats are losing a lot of confidence. Yeah, because that's the script, y'all. Because none of it's mattered. Not since Trump, not since Hillary, not since 153 years ago. And they've run this sorry, awful skit, SNL, 153 seasons now. And it's time for the Lorne Michaels to hang it up. The government Lorne Michaels to hang it up. It's 153 seasons deep into this corny election show. And a lot of us bought it for a long time. Some of y'all are still watching SNL right now. I'm just hoping you can see the SNL of it all. Because it's fine when it's comedians and Kenan Thompson and, back in the day, Tracy and Will Ferrell, all these funny people over the years that have come and go. That's all great when it's live from New York and Saturday night. But when it's right up in the White House and it was that behind the scenes with a bit of pomp and circumstance on camera back in the day, now it's right up on camera with all the same drama. It's like, y'all, that's why I shook my head when I watched that. I said, they're done. It's like they want, I'm like scratching my beard extra thoughtful-ish because I'm like, they want us to see the doneness. They want us to see the burnt turkey that this country is. And I don't mean the people or the resolve of the people. I mean the state, the institutional model of the state. And they're clearly shifting their financial endeavors out of America and into China. China is obviously in the driver's seat already, pro tip, if you haven't figured out that when you look around, if 90% of the stuff in your house say made in China, China is why you got stuff in your house. You couldn't afford it if it was made in America. You probably couldn't get access to it if it was made outside of the shipping channels that most of these Chinese manufactured resellers like Target and Walmart and stuff like that didn't just ship it to you from China, because ain't none of y'all going over to China to get some plastic scissors for your 4-year-old child. See what I'm saying? I guarantee you say made in China. Let's see. Fiskars, it don't say. It probably say on the box. It don't say. Oh, there you go. Made in China. See? So, this is what I'm saying. And this is why it's a mockery. Because a lot of people have said it's a ritual. A lot of people have said it's that. It's all those things. What I really think it is, and to like, you know, to get back to the telenovela of it all. Because my wife was commenting. She's like, I like when you go into stories and then you come back out and you talk and you go back into the music. I'm like, actually, that's a good beat. I'll talk a little bit and then I'll go into the song and I'll come back and go out. Because I think when I do music too long, or talk too long, it kind of either goes in either direction, right? That's the needle going like this, and I'm trying to be somewhere here in the middle. So, y'all remember the beat?
This telenovela is getting ridiculous. That's right. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This is when the plot thickens. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. They both look like some turkey and chickens. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Hey!
Okay, so my buddy calls me up and he's like, Chris, you gotta turn the debates on. I say, bruh, I don't really wanna watch it. It this kind of corny. He said, bro, you need to watch it. It's historical. I say, okay, I kind of bored myself. Okay, I'll pull it up and up to my eyes come a surprise like, what? Okay, I'm like, this is our president? Never mind, I know I didn't vote for him. He ain't even my president, but yes, he's the president of the country that I live in. Or excuse me, that I reside in, that I have my domicile in. Please don't get it twisted, my friend. I don't live in Washington, D.C. That's right, you gon' have to come find me. Oh, okay, this is getting ridiculous. Telenovela is getting kinda suspicious. It's getting ridiculous. I don't even know what wishes are. What wishes I really want in a leader. I just don't wanna hear no repeaters, no propaganda, no geriatrics talking about a 6 handicap. Are you really cap? I think we understand that, Joe Biden, but this is a fact. They do this type of thing so that everybody around the world can see what America is doing, can see what we look like, can see how foolish that we look, and see how stupid and dirty our leadership is on obvious television. They could hide anything that they really want. They could get someone else that can speak fluent. They can get anyone in position for people to listen. Okay, keep up. Okay, this is why. You see this geriatric man in the leadership house, in the house that's white, because they want the world to see that America is feeble, America is weak, as it gets financially switched out to become the first world country to a third world as we speak. They want everyone to see America as weak. This is psychology manipulation, of course, but this is the reason why it's acting like this, because two adults who actually care about the country, who actually care about your taxes, don't come on TV and squabble and talk over each other, never answering the question, constantly going back to settle old beef that's on the last question and never switching up to talk about how you can actually help Americans. You just talking about how you can help yourself become the greatest president that you already claim you are. So let's keep these bars going. I'm tired of the telenovela. Can you hear what I'm saying? I guess, oh, wella, I'm tired of the telenovela. Can you hear what I'm saying? Like, oh, wella, I'm tired of the telenovela. That's right, I like that as a lead in. Oh, wella. And then he said the line, y'all. He said this is a Manchurian candidate. He said,
this telenovela is getting ridiculous.
Y'all gotta understand.
This telenovela
going down, down, down in the drip drain. I think y'all know what I'm saying. I think y'all know what I meant, man. I need y'all think I'm heaven sent. Like, okay, let's go back to the C major flow. Inhale so I get some air in my lungs. Yep, some more. Okay, get back. Let's take it back it on course. Like, of course. Okay, so please understand that when the world is watching and there is a financial reason to justify we'll call it New World Order just for simplicity's sake, just a collectivism of ideological global citizenship, so to speak, that we're presently being heavily pushed and ushered into. Can anybody tell me why, everybody's trying to lie? Everybody in that debate last night was lying to your face and lying to each other. Lying about handicaps, lying about who's the best president, lying about their policies, lying about the black people that they claim to help. Black people don't need no help from neither one of y'all. I'm going to set the record straight. As a black person, I can speak not for the entirety of the race by all means, because it's not really a race, because a race isn't a thing, it's a construct. But anyway, we don't need no help from you, Joe or Donald. Neither of y'all have helped me. Neither of y'all have helped black people at all. Y'all have helped black people understand that they are in a worse situation than they've ever been. That's not true. That's not true at all. Let me rephrase that. Black people are not in a worse situation than they've ever been. Humans are under assault. Black humans are being de-exploited. The exploitation happened in the 60s and 70s, and now we're dealing with the reaction. The de-exploitation. The exploitation was back then. Now the de-exploitation is happening. Black people are not in any worse position. We definitely don't need no help from Donald Trump or from Joe Biden. We need help from God. But so does everybody, right? It's not about black or white. It's about understanding that they are talking to y'all about everything other than what matters. Do y'all realize that? I only caught 30 minutes at the end, but I was able to see in real time them talk about literally nothing that mattered, like literally nothing that mattered to anyone, actually, and all kinds of talking points. That's all I heard was talking points. That's why I said this telenovela is getting ridiculous. How you kind of freestyle and only come back to the same talking points? Oh, well, the country says crisis because look at the border. The border ain't an issue, Donald. That's a fake issue. You want to talk about fake news? Why you keep talking about a fake crisis? That's not the crisis that you think it is. It might be the manufactured crisis that Soros and your whole cabinet and constituency made it into be, but that's not an actual crisis. That's just a problem at a couple isolated locations. You drive a few miles that way and there's literally no crisis on the border. Drive a few more miles, there's no fence or crisis because the southern border is entirely too big to police. Nobody's actually driven it like I have. I'm not saying nobody, but most people. I've been past the southern border plenty. Just Texas alone is a whole day's drive. Y'all get that? I mean, we're talking driving 80 miles an hour for a whole day, and you still just in Texas. And y'all think that there's some like a fence that's going to protect that, and that it's Joe Biden's fault for the fact that there's no fence that no president before him put up. That immigrants did not exist until Joe Biden stepped in office. And then since he just made a policy or something, all the immigrants in the entire, never mind their particular reason for leaving their country and coming to your perceived country, taking all your perceived jobs, you know, the ones you totally wouldn't work anyway. Yeah, never mind that. Let's ask why there's no fence now. Did it take from 1776 until 2024 for immigration to become a problem at the southern border? I'm asking these questions facetiously because I'm trying to think. Every single thing Donald Trump accused him of was a non-issue. Every single thing Joe Biden accused Donald Trump of was the opposite of what actually happened. That's what's so crazy. It's like, I'm not a Trump fan, but it's like, I'm pretty sure he wasn't the worst president. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, in terms of good or bad, it's a popularity contest, right? That's what it really truly is. In terms of popular, right? American Idol, right? Who's the best American Idol winner? I don't know. It was basically a popularity contest. Singers are just singers, right? Nobody's better, right? It's not like Celine Dion is better than Michael Jackson. It's just they're two different singers. They're great singers, both of them, right? Like better, according to polls, right? Okay, who's the better American Idol finalist? That's subjective. Who's the better president is subjective and has nothing to do with policies that were passed in that person's presidency, because that president had nothing to do with it. The president might have had a signature to do with it, but it was the House and the legislative branch. And hello, like for a bunch of people that want to claim they know how the government works and vote and all this, how come y'all don't know how the actual government works? I mean, that's what y'all say, that it works like we're told, but y'all don't actually know how these rules and laws and actually things get formed. Thank you, Casio. Never mind my strange looking dirty fried water. It's water, but it's got lemon juice, turmeric, cayenne pepper, and some spirulina up in there. So it's like water with a kick. So the reason this telenovela is getting ridiculous to me is because I sat there and I watched and I said, Americans have opted into a voluntary taxation system, an insurance program that is being masqueraded as a governmental duty. And neither candidate is talking about the reality of that fact. They're more interested in saying, well, I'll lower taxes for black people. I'll lower taxes for everybody. He wants to tax the rich. Everybody's broke. It's hyperinflation, and y'all are arguing about whose taxes are theoretically lower when y'all can't even actually make it go up. Like, the president doesn't have the power to actually do anything. So let me actually explain to you. In a business, in a corporation, in a company, are you aware that the structure of a company does not have the president of that company as the greatest authority? Is everybody aware of this reality? The board of directors, the board, the council, the CEO are often multiple layers, or at least one or two layers, above the president in any decision-making sense in any company. America might as well be a company. It's run like a bank. It's run like a business. Different answers depending on who you ask, is or isn't incorporated, but it acts as if it's incorporated. We are treated as chattel slaves on a commercial-based system. So there's that. You know, every piece of paper that documents you as an actual American citizen has some sort of commercial marking on it for commerce and trade. There's that. So it's very much an actual business. So in a business, I don't want to hear about voting for the president of Coca-Cola. You don't get to vote. Even if you're a shareholder in Coke, you don't get to vote. Unless you're the majority shareholder, bigger than BlackRock and Vanguard, of course. Then you can vote for who the president of your country is, or your company, rather. But don't you see that if you're actually at the position like BlackRock or Vanguard to be in a big enough shareholding position for your vote to matter, that not only do you have a representative on the board of director of that company, but that the president actually does what you say because you put him in place, because you are, at the biggest table? You see what I'm saying? For private companies, we, the customers of Walmart, don't get to vote about who Walmart's president is. Walmart's CEO and Walmart's board of directors will consistently have more say over Walmart's affairs than Walmart's president. I'm trying to get y'all to understand that America is a company like this. We're dealing with major nations, and it's not exclusive to America. Canada, Australia, all the European nations are run in this exact same way. And for that reason, I can't get no emotional over a business transaction between Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Rock. That's why I don't even hate on WWE. I'm old enough to know as an adult it's fake, but it's okay because it's entertainment. I don't actually spend my money on going to WrestleMania. Some hillbillies from around the way might, but even half the hillbillies understand it's fake. They just like it, and that's fine. It's okay to like something that's fake if you're aware that it's fake. What's not okay is for a hillbilly and a knucklehead from the country to get in a real actual fight with fans of Stone Cold Steve Austin, and you happen to be a fan of Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, with the people's eyebrow and the people's elbow, because you haven't caught on that they're just two dudes in their underwear in oil, shaving every ounce of hair on their body to like slap each other around the stage, and maybe you got some gay repression going on, but it's fake. and you going to sit here and get in a real fight with somebody over a fake skit? That's what's not okay. It's totally actually okay if the two hillbilly and the knucklehead at the WrestleMania that happens to come through their podunk town spar with one another. Pretend like, oh, my wrestler's going to be better than your wrestler. Oh, mine's going to win. Oh, Stone Cold totally won. He beat The Rock. Oh, that's funny. Nice to meet you, man. It's good seeing you. We keep the 90s wrestling spirit alive. Oh, you too. Have a good evening. Yeah, you too. That's okay. Once both adults realize it's fake and we're not going to beef for real over some fake mess. Some other grown men fighting over some in their draws. Politics is the same thing. Who are the board of directors of America Incorporated? Alfika Life asks a really great question. The bank that owns the board of directors at the bank that let me rephrase it. The board of directors at the bank that owns the bank that the Federal Reserve banks at. Okay, so America has a bank. That bank is the Federal Reserve. But like Federal Express and, the Navy Federal Credit Union, these are just private companies. It just happens to have federal in the name, but it's a private company. It's called the Federal Reserve. It's a private company called the Federal Reserve. That private company is owned and has a majority share of its ownership and stakeholder and assets, earnings, over the pond, across the way, in the UK, in the Bank of England. Yeah, the Bank of London. Not the bank that's in the city of London. So in America exists a sovereign nation state called Washington, D.C. It's a district of Columbia because Columbia is a nickname for the crown. The crown of where? Of the United Kingdom. Not the crusty old queen or her brother or whatever. Brother. That, got cancer or totally doesn't. But the banking church structure that exists inside the nation state called the City of London. Okay, I can't see the TV, but like if London, let me just take this right here. I'm going to go old school and just find pen and paper. I know I've got a marker up here. Here, this will do. If this right here is England, this funky shaped country called England, right? You can see this? And there's a city inside. Let me actually make this right here is England. Okay, so this bigger land space, that's England. The city inside there is called London. It's where the River Thames is, the London Eye, big Ferris wheel. Inside the city of London is a 10 by 10, I'm gonna write 10x10. Point right there, boom. It's a 10 by 10. Okay, so this right here, this outer edge, this is, let me see how to get the light right. This right here is England, the United Kingdom. Inside the United Kingdom is a city called London. And inside the city called London is a 10 square mile. London is bigger than 10 square miles, by the way. I've been to London. 10 square mile nation state called City of London. So that it has to be clarified. Here's England, here's London, England, and here's City of London. The separate country that's not England. Like Washington, D.C., the separate country that's not America. Yeah, well, the banks that are located in those countries and the management that happens in those countries, those are... I had to take these headphones off just for a second because, I'm totally sweating. And the headphones are making my head not let the heat escape. So, my head is boiling and I don't need the headphones on right now when there's no music. Anyway, this bank inside of the City of London, the Lords of London, the House of Rothschild, the Chancel and the Round, the Knights of the Round and the Knights of the Chancel. Every time you're talking haughty-taughty British, you have to say... at the end, so that you sound like a British lord or baron. So, in the City of London, I drive my Aston Martin from the travelling Waverley Hills of the southern Surrey hillside, across the way, up through past the tube, down the river, through the woods, past the Thames, and I end up in my Scotland Yard, where the Lords of London exists, and the City of London and the Charter, and the bank that owns America, and the American Charter. I drink my Grey Poupon and my Rolls Royce. Why does that sound British and rich if I just go, yes, sir, at the end of everything I say? So I'm going downtown, yes, sir. Reading. I can just read all the screen names. Genesis Rendiro. Hello, Genesis. I'll fake a life. I'll fake a life. Sounds British, right? So, this is who owns America. This is why I look at people like Donald Trump and Joe Biden and I just shake my head and I go, y'all not telling people what's up. Y'all are not telling people what's up. They are not telling y'all what's up. They're not being forthright. They are not being true. They are arguing like middle schoolers. I can't even call it high school at this point, because if I was in high school arguing, I'd be like, oh, come on, that's cap, da-da-da-da. I could be a little bit more swordsman-like with my tongue and my words by the time I'm in high school. In middle school, it's, I know you are, but what am I? I know you are, but what am I? I know you are, but what am I? That's not me. I'm not the worst president. You're the worst president. I'm the best president. In fact, you're the worst president. That's not true. I created the most jobs. That's not true. When Donald Trump was in office, black people lost their jobs. Not really. I'm glad I didn't lose my job. If I didn't want to take this, and I was working a job after January 2021, I would have lost my job under you, Joe. But again, I'm smart enough to know that it don't have nothing to do with Joe Biden. It's like they out here acting like we don't realize that their life don't affect us like that. Unless y'all let it. That's what I'm saying. However, y'all, it does affect y'all because y'all let it, because nobody's told you kindly. Come here. Breathe deep. Come on. It's okay. I don't bite. I don't bite. Your vote hasn't mattered since 1871. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. The reason they're acting buffoonish now is because they want people to be consciously aware that their leadership has left the building and that there's new leadership coming around the corner. That's the point, both domestically and internationally. Well, I should say that's the point domestically. Internationally, the point is to make it aware that when America's credit rating and its kind of like heyday comes to a crumble, and it becomes, if you ask me, the excuse why you, country X, Y, and Z, y'all all need to join this one world government chip system so that what happened to America can't happen again. Because look at what a great nation it was. And then some idiots got in charge, and now look at it. But idiots didn't get voted in charge. People who were actually competent were placed in faux leadership positions that weren't actually in charge, where their constituency, us, the Americans, are told this guy's in charge, only to act stupider than they actually are. Do y'all really think Donald Trump don't know how to not tweet ridiculous things? He was saying some outrageous stuff. It's his Twitter, right? He should be allowed to. But it was kind of outrageous for president. You get it? You can't just be grabbing her by the pussy. You can't say it. You might can do it, but you can't say it. You can't say it and still be president and say it. I mean, you said it. Now, keeping in mind, his wardrobe lady was already telling me this stuff before he was ever elected. I'm in the makeup, in the wardrobe. I forget if it was, I think she was makeup, not wardrobe. The makeup lady was already giving me the pro tip from the Apprentice days. So I already knew this. But then he gonna just say it? But he said it, though. He just said it. He didn't have to. He was tweeting the most. All you have to do is say, hey, act presidential. Just run all your tweets through me. We're the Central Intelligence Agency. We'll, like, turn the right buttons and make sure to put the right spin on it so that we seem presidential. That's not what was happening. He seemed like a loose cannon. This dude got into office and then went on to WWE and body slammed somebody with a chair and then ran out in a suit. Donald Trump did that, right? Then you flash forward to Joe Biden, and y'all think that, like, everybody understands presidents have handlers. I don't think that's lost on anybody. I think they even say that they have handlers, right? To what extent or degree they're getting handled, nobody knows. But I don't think it's a giant secret that, like, Condoleezza Rice, for example, was a handler or one of the close constituency for Bush. Or that, Obama had certain handlers in his constituents. I forgot the lady who was Obama's handler, like Michelle's mom, and wasn't she like involved in a lot? It's all this drama. Anyway, Jill obviously is very close in the Biden campaign. The actual truth, even if you're not talking conspiratorially, is that Jill would be like a handler of sorts. But ask me why y'all think that his handlers would just let this buffoon out the house talking like this. I'm telling y'all, as someone who works in media, I'm telling you, they're doing it on purpose. He's hamming up the stupid on purpose. I truly think that. Now, I'm not saying he's like a cogent, salient, sentient whippersnapper. I'm saying it's extra stupid. And I can see it. And I've seen it and they let it slip once on TV. I don't watch, right? So I'm not looking for this stuff. I just happen to see a broadcast where they're talking to Joe Biden live. This is years ago, probably 2021, mid-COVID. And they cut to the camera to his angle probably 10 seconds before it's time to go live. But I can tell you as someone who's worked in TV that when you're on TV every day, anytime you're in the in-between, you're just talking. And when your earpiece says, all right, we're going live in 5, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, I got 7 seconds to finish up what I need to say because I only need 3 seconds to get my composure and start saying my lines. It's kind of what you do for work every day. So people who don't work in the industry won't necessarily understand that between takes, actors are doing whatever. All right, pictures up. Okay, and get in the character and action. Tommy, why did you go? All right, and cut. Whew, that was anyway. What we ordering for lunch? Okay, we're resetting the camera while I'm over here picking lunch and getting the PA to go. It's like stuff goes on in between the stuff. So stuff was going on in between the stuff. And Joe Biden was talking with some people. And the joke was, I can't remember the whole quote, but the joke was something to the degree of like, you keep that up, you're going to have my entire base denying climate change. And it was a climate change joke that was funny because it was like he was wink, wink, nudge, nudging that I get the joke, but my base doesn't. So if you keep that up, you're going to have my whole base totally denying climate change. And the whole group of men like busted out laughing, including Joe. And it was like tongue in cheek. And it wasn't like over the top. It was just like banter that guys would have. And you say a joke and it's like, okay, here it comes. Time to go. All right. And we're back from the commercial break. It happens in TV, right? But for this particular broadcast, they happen to just cut early to the feed. And I saw it. And I go, It's that Leonardo DiCaprio meme when he's sitting with the thing and he goes, wait a minute, hold on, you're faking it. That's an act. You're hamming it up. You've always been whippersnapper Joe Biden. Every old video we've ever seen of you is kind of like witty, super witty, slick Rick talking Joe. Been some nebulous. I mean, you weren't even this bad when you were vice president. You kept your mouth shut. Like falling off the bike. Can't find the stage. And that is more than one person. I'm looking at some of my comments here now that I'm actually looking down for a second. Yes, like falling off a bike. There's a such thing called a time delay, y'all. Time delay exists in the entertainment industry. Time delay exists so that Warner, this company right here that owns CNN, you see that Warner Brothers? You can't see the screen on this one. Warner Brothers, they own CNN. Let me turn the brightness down so it's not overpowering. They own CNN, and the FCC, the Federal Communications Committee, I think that's what it stands for. The FCC has rules. You can't just cuss on TV. You can't say certain cuss words or you get fined. And ultimately CNN gets fined and Warner loses money. So studios have this built-in fail-safe called a time delay in case a live event is happening and the mic is off, so I can use this one. In case let me make sure it's off because I don't have the headphones on. Otherwise, y'all just be hearing my beatboxing. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, yeah. So the live event is going on, and the time delay exists so that if I'm talking, I say, yeah, that's right, these whippersnappers and these crazy motherfuckers. The person at the TV station can be like, cut and rewind. These crazy people were coming over my house. I just keep talking. And then they have about 20 seconds at the TV station to chop out the cuss word, move it, close the gap, and hit live. And then the viewer at home doesn't see anything more than maybe a camera angle change, like it's the wide camera and then it goes up to the tight shot and then it goes back to the wide shot. And little did y'all know, 17 people was freaking out that they were going to lose their jobs because the network would get fined because whoever didn't vet or communicate to the person speaking that they can't cussed, and now it's 10 people got to fix it in 20 seconds or the network gets fined. That's a whole thing. So ask me why the president falls off a bike, not in real time, but yet we still see it. That's the type of thing that's like, whoa, our president's not looking pretty presidential over there falling off bikes. How about we just use the time delay to cut it out, and then we'll just cut to a shot of the trees over there, pick them up off the bike, send them back up the hill, and have them come back down again. We'll cut to one of our sponsors, and we'll come back, and then we'll edit it. It wasn't even a live broadcast. It's like he fell. They edited it. The whole government was like, hey, the president just fell off a bike. Every nation on earth is going to see this if we put it online. Is that cool with you? And nobody was like, no, don't put that out. We don't want to look weak to our enemies. They said, no. Go ahead and put our leadership tripping up the stairs. That's not true, Joe. It's like he's acting actually worse than he actually is. Like worse than he actually is. And I'm saying that the reason they're doing that is because they need the world to see it. They need to make sure everybody sees it. Because if they didn't want us to see it, we wouldn't see it. Bet. We would not see it. I'm telling you, I didn't have my inbox blasting because some one network did not want one actress who's positive COVID test for that to leak. So 57 people got put on high alert. I'm telling you, if they don't want you to see it, you won't see it. And that's precisely why
this telenovela is getting ridiculous. That's right. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. That's right. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Hey. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Come on. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. That's right. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting kinda corny, 'cause they want the whole world to see the awfulness that America's leadership is like. This whole telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. It's getting ridiculous. This telenovela, Andrew Beer Nut said, I'm gonna be singing this jingle for a million days. This telenovela is getting ridiculous.
Okay,
the telenovela gonna like Joe Biden is getting senile. So guess what? It's time for creepy old sleepy old Joe to go. We don't need you no more. And oh no, nobody wants Kamala. So tomorrow we gon' holler at Big Mike. He got a big old mic. Mike swinging around in his white linen pants when they trying to dance right on Ellen's stage, and we all like, yeah, Mike, we seen it. Trying to not make everybody jealous up in this room, yeah. We know what you like, Obama, we get it. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela, ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous.
This man said, black people were better off when I was president. Really, Joe? Really? I'm pretty sure that's literally not the truth at all. But why do you actually care? Why does that matter? Who cares, right? Who cares, right? Who actually cares if any separated people group were better when you was president? As if that could even possibly be measured or quantified. What does better actually mean? When you talking about that $700 that you gave us, or the $1,500 from COVID, or that PPP loan you was promising all them black folks that most of them got actually in trouble for actually using because they wasn't for their jobs or their work, because, you know, they hadn't taken control over their minor estate and was technically still minors as far as the government's concerned, so they were still under contract with the, you know, Social Security Administration for the insurance policy. I mean, the Social Security tax premium that they signed up to pay, and that PPP loan technically didn't qualify for them. Anyway,
this dollar is getting ridiculous. This teller,
or will it be Newsom, Big Mike, and Big Mike? That's actually funny. That's what we should do. Newsom, Big Mike, or Kamala. That's the three options. Y'all hit it with me.
this telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Telemundo, telemundo. This telenovela is getting ridiculous.
Alright, it was so sir. I got my sample. This is like, I like this like the evening news.
Next up on the evening news, they tryna deceive you like they not tryna tell the truth. Like ain't nobody feeling better underneath the guy. On the evening news, they tryna deceive you like on the evening news, they try to deceive you like inflation even equals more taxes. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Inflation equals more taxes. Yeah.
They talking about lowering taxes, right? But neither person is pointing out what Guard Moose just pointed out. They talking about Maze or Mars. Yeah, Mars, right? Neat. Oh, I like this little. Oh, I gotta keep that. What does it sound like if I keep the sample right now? There we go. I just had to lay that down because I was like, oh, I'm gonna forget this. And it's a scary horn, right? It's suspenseful, 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 suspenseful. It's so suspenseful, 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 suspenseful. So suspenseful, 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 suspenseful. Why they worship Saturn? That's kind of interesting.
It's a suspenseful night.
Yeah, okay. The reason this telenovela is extra ridiculous, y'all, is because I believe it's signaling a desperation that I don't think we've ever hit before. That's right. A desperation that's at a level that's kind of like unprecedented, maybe is a good word for it. There's like never, ever, 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 ever in all my history have I ever, ever, ever seen two grown men act like this on TV. No, that never, ever, ever, no, in my history have I ever, ever, ever seen two grown men talk like this to me. Oh man, all I like, they was clearly not addressing the issues at heart. And I think that Americans, I truly believe that the whole point of this debate was not about Americans. It was about the rest of the world. It was about the rest of the world. The rest of the world. It's about the rest of the world. The rest of the world. I kind of like this, like horn. It's like funky. Funky, I like this, y'all. I kind of stumbled on this sample. I like the way the beat flows over it. This can be the verse and I can sing within it. Hey, hey, we can go back and forth to the chorus now. I kinda know that this beat be the 40 now. Say what you wanna say. Come at me, wanna play. I think it's time to toast on American. Let's go back like this telenovela is getting ridiculous. Does that work out? Does it mix? This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. I've needed my whole life. I love that. This is the unhinged education my whole life. La 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 la. Somebody said this is the unhinged education I've needed my whole life. That's great. Okay. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Hey, I'm alright. We're going back to the story like these two people lying tonight. We tryna keep it honey like we tryna set the world on fire like right now America's on the main channel. That's why we looking kinda foolish, y'all. Everybody watching right now. This is what they saying now. Look at guys, look at America. Look at what they voted in to presidency. I mean, they voted. I mean, because most people in the world, especially people who don't live in a constitutional republic that's being called a democracy out of place, they think that voting actually matters too. That's the trick. Both of y'all wrong and both of them wrong too. Your vote has not mattered since 1871. And that was the year some bankers from England came over to DC and tried to have some fun and said, here's how this is gonna go. Y'all kinda broke, ain't you? Yeah, I already know, cause we the ones that started that woe and made you broke in the first place. That's right. But I tell you what we're gonna do for you tonight. I'm gonna give you a new loan at 3 million% interest. But it'll still allow you to exist as a country. You gonna pay me the loan? Oh, you're not? Oh, you are. Okay, you're gonna pay me the loan. Okay, got it. So since you're gonna pay me the loan, how are you gonna guarantee that loan? Well, I don't know. But I know we got hundreds of millions of willing patriotic citizens that are willing to pledge their future labor interest, a monetary number that we assign to the value of their existence as a citizen within our construct called country. So we're gonna take their pledge. Yeah, I know we're gonna trick them and gaslight their parents into pledging their children at birth, but that's okay because they pledged them. So because of that, we're not gonna call it slavery, we're just gonna call it indentured chattel servitude, to coming through with the attitude. Oh, bang. But anyway, after this date, I think it was actually in May in 1871. That's 153 years or something and some change ago. The bank and the situation changed up for show. Like, okay, this is how things are gonna go from yesterday up into today, 1800 years from now. That means we write the rules and y'all keep the branding. Okay, keep the America land of the free, home of the brave. And I'm proud to be an American. Well, at least I know my feet. And I can't forget the man who died, who gave their right for me. How's it go? What's that song? Proud to be an American. I'm proud to be an American. Or at least I know I'm free. I can't forget the man who died, who gave their right to me. So I proudly stand up, and face the world today. I don't know how to be an American. God bless the USA. Y'all remember the song? I'm trying to remember on the fly. It's not in this key or in this time signature. Proud to be an American, or at least I know I'm free. I'm gonna be like, I'm proud to be an American. Well, at least I know my feet. And I can't forget the man who died, who told his lie to me. So I proudly stand up and face the world today. And then I'm proud to be an American. That's how I feel, cause it's that corny, y'all. This country is not what y'all think, y'all. The people are cool. The people come from all over the world. America is like a recent idea, right? Half the people I know are Swedish, Hungarian, Polish, Native American, tribal, Choctaw, Canadian, Mexican, Seminole, Lumberton, Indian, coming through, Indian, like Native American, no, Indian, from India, that's Indian, that's like 30, 40, 50, 60% of the city anyway. So what are y'all talking about? Keep America great again? For what? When was it ever great to begin with? Define great. Great according to who? Squanto and them? Sacagawea and them? Huh? Great according to the Louisiana Purchase from the losing side? Great according to the, Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. Annexing California so we can get Gavin Newsom on the scene. Like, come on, I think y'all really know what I mean. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Oh, sing it with me now. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Sing it with me now. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. I'm gonna see if I can get the cello back out from the beginning. I'm so not good with C, but I'm in C, so it's really easy to go between C and F. It's getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Hey. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Extra dramatic with the cello. Yeah. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Back to the story at hand. Oh yeah, you're right. It's got that runaway. That's true. How does Runaway go? That was on the 808s and Heartbreaks album, right? Now. It kind of goes to a B flat. This other one is not in C, it's a B flat.
Cornwell, ain't trying to ignore ya. I'ma hit you back, that's my friend Alex in real life. I'm just thinking in my mind. I think it was just a pre-post of my beautiful dark twisted fantasy. The only song, like, that was probably the last Kanye album that I really rock with. It's my beautiful dark twisted fantasy. Cause that monster song, monster, everybody knows I'm a monster. I just need to see your hands at the concert. To see your hands at the concert. Come on, niggas, I gotta. Anyway, a little remix of back in the day. There you go, Afterlife. He went to space after my beautiful dark twisted fantasy. Anyway, that Nicki verse, that's like, I tell people, that's why I like Nicki Minaj. First time I ever heard her was on that song, and I'm like, yo, who is this girl? She out-rapped Jay and Ye. Then every single song of hers I heard was a little worse and a little worse and a little worse. The only one I like, starships were meant to fly, hands up and touch the sky. I like that song, and the only reason I like the song because I know the guy who produced it. And I was like, oh, I like that song because my friend made it. But other than that, I don't like it. Anyway, starships were meant to fly, hands up and touch the sky. And now, it's the way it's like halftime. What other Nicki? I ain't a fan of this pop music. Anyway, let's get back to the story, y'all. Cause I gotta tell you something. This is the part that really make me wanna pause it on down. Like, catch your breath. Let me tell you about few more things left I want to share. So, this debate made it clear to me the adults have left the building. The adults have left the building. Somebody said, did y'all hear West Nile's making a comeback? Probably. West Nile is an app at this point. I'm trying to tell y'all, it's an app. They done made it to a whole app. This whole situation is more about how America is being presented to the world, not so much how Americans are perceiving their own leadership. Americans have proven to be pretty docile. Their country basically was just totally communistic on them. Basically, the last 4 years. It went full communist based, like in practice, not on paper, but in practice, which is worse, right? Because if it's not communist on paper, but it is in practice, that's worse. It'd be different if it was communist on paper, but not really that communist in practice. That's actually okay. I mean, in a functional sense. But to be like a land of the free and home of the all the veneers and C major you can get, for it to be all of that and still be a whole hot mess of a lie with those two dudes standing as options for the ostensible leader, it's incongruent. And it's one of those things that's like, I'm shaking my head because I'm like, I think people are left with a kind of a head scratcher, because I do believe every American saw that, or every American that did see that was like, what was that? I mean, every Democrat was like, ooh, and every Republican was like, ooh, like, what was that? Everybody can see it. Nobody just has any sort of framework for couching or understanding how a solution or a leadership or a world or your country could even move forward without this voting president democratic model we've all been born under.
And so you're confused. And so people's brains are looking to fill the gap. Okay, well, then there's clearly a fraud with the election. Or, okay, there's clearly something wrong, and maybe this is a way that some government officials are trying to move another person into power. But these types of statements and solutions I hear are indicative of people who don't really understand how the country that they live in really works from a leadership perspective. It just doesn't work like we're told. Your body, our physical human body does not work like the food pyramid suggested that it should when we were all kids and it was all magnetized on our refrigerators like the TV told us to. Like the traditional ways to work and make a living don't work anymore. Inflation is a thing. Neither of the two of them said the word inflation. Well, let me back that up. I didn't actually look at most of it. As far as I could tell, none of them were talking about real issues or any real issues in any real way. I busted out laughing when I saw two men arguing about their golf handicap or who was better as far as black people were concerned. They say turn the food pyramid upside down. You kind of have to. Yeah. So this whole conversation and this entire way that this debate is being set up and this election is being set up, it's just so obvious that there's just this, it's like the hand is so heavy on both sides, okay? For a bunch of people who claim to not like Donald Trump, why y'all suing this dude all the time? You see what I mean? I'm not a Trump fan. I'm just saying these lawsuits are just, I mean, like, it was very evident that they were an impeachment or some sort of motion was being moved to position him in a place where he's unrunnable. But again, I don't think anybody's running, and I've told y'all this before. So I believe that even that challenging and all those lawsuits and all that impeachment, like I was saying then, was all part of the drama. And the drama is multi-decade based. It's 20, 30 years out. It's planned, it's scripted. There's a human component where you're trying to kind of massage something along. It's not just like click a button and then it happens. So ever since I was paying attention, there's always been fraud in the election cycle. If it wasn't George Bush and his Florida recount, it was Obama and his foreign meddling, or it was Trump and his Russian collusion, or it was the Dominion voting system and how they just completely stole it from Donald Trump and gave it to Joe Biden. He's got the most votes of any president in all of history with no campaign. It's like the drama has just gone like this every single election cycle. And I'm sitting there going, well, it's obvious how patterns work. They've cranked this drama. And then when I began to actually have conversations with people who sit and move at levels that really see how this really works, you understand, oh, it's just a job. Like, you just go to work, do your thing, and then you come home and you kick your feet up and you watch TV like everybody else. Like, you're not leading nothing. You're basically an actor, basically, like the rest of them. So we've been lied to about literally every aspect of life. And the pretty significant one is how the functional American government works. So just so people, in case y'all are going, okay, well, Chris, we've heard you explain multiple times that it doesn't work like how we're told. How does it work? All right, I'll tell you. I have literally nothing but this toy mallet to stir my drink with. So, never mind the toy gavel. Justice is being served tonight. Okay. This is how it actually works, and I'll give you the Cliff Notes version. Every nation signed into the United Members Charter list or whatever is in collusion at the military level and family dynasty level that really funds the militaries, because none of these institutions, entities, or companies or corporations exist without money contributing to their stuff that buys all the things that they need to get the stuff done that they want to get done. Whether that's a coup or to stick something in you or whatever. It's all banks that have to give the front money to any nation that's operating as an international business on the international stage. This is where the lie comes in. They tell you that these are sovereign, distinct municipalities that have different internal goals that often have conflicting goals that start wars, and that these wars are fought for defense or for advancement, depending on when, or which war and which season we're in. But that for the most part, the war that we have been involved in as Americans has been about defending the sovereignty of our right to exist. And so we then go on, and by we, I mean a lot of Americans, to encourage and support other nations. I won't name them out loud, but the ones currently blasting portions of the Middle East off the map. And we encourage them to defend themselves because we still think that war is a right of one's existence to exist within a place that other people was already living at before. You know what I mean? Like the Native Americans was here already. Like they had already discovered it, right? And then Columbus discovers it, right? That's what we're told. And then proceeds to murder, kill, and or subjugate, or if not at first, financially over time, every single Native American tribe that ever lived on this land. And we're supposed to just consider that like a total win because land of the free and home of the brave, right? That's a win, right? That's what Americans think. That was a win. It's a W for us. But whole families got moved out the way. Was it justified? I don't know. It was a few hundred years before I showed up. I just live here. But I can empathize with the people already living there. So I'm saying, I'm only bringing that into the conversation to say, we've all been told that wars are for the reasons that we're told that they're for. And I'm coming to tell you how this government and world works, that that's not the case. Wars are started because somebody wants something that's not theirs, and they go to the people with enough money to give them enough money to cause a problem that they can benefit from a reaction and solution of. And this is at least for the last 400-500 years, if not since all of recorded history. So we're not in an economic battle against China. Like they spoke about that in the debate last night. We're the greatest nation on earth. What do you mean? We're America, the greatest nation on earth. I'm sitting there in what? You saw the opening scene of that Jeff Bridges, is it? Jeff Daniels. Who? Not Jeff Bridges. Sorry, the dude. Jeff Daniels. That show Newsroom. It was on HBO several years ago. Go to Google, YouTube, type opening scene of Newsroom. It's a brilliant show written by Aaron Sorkin. And Aaron Sorkin has an insane grasp on history. West Wing, if you're familiar with West Wing, he's a writer and a showrunner, but he's done a lot of big shows. And this is a Jeff Daniels pretty powerful monologue he does where he's at a high school speaking, and the person asks a question to the panelists and say, hey, why do you think what makes America the greatest nation on earth? And the other pundits are like, well, I think we're great because we stand for this, and we have, this and this and this. And I think we're great because of this and this. And it gets to Jeff Daniels' character, and he goes on this whole 5-10 minute rant about why America is actually not that great. We're just told that. And it's, some people didn't like it. Conservatives obviously didn't like it. But it was true. That's the sad part. It's they don't like hearing that the branding that they've all been sold, that they got plastered over the back of their F-150, the flag and the God bless of it all, is falsely presented to them under false pretenses. That's what I'm trying to say. So banks run countries. Private interests run countries. Private interests run the 5 media networks that own everything you've ever seen, including the presidential debate. Their interests are in Chinese-led manufacturing and management styles that are shifting responsibility onto AI and computing systems and away from presidents, popes, and people. And because of that, that is presenting a incentive for them to destabilize our present charade in favor of a new charade. The new charade is this computer's actually smart. You're dumb, but the computer's smart. I mean, I know you're dumb because we told you to be dumb. We sprayed dumb spray all above your house. We put dumb drops in the water supply. We made you stick dumb sauce in your deltoid and told you it would stay there and totally not cross the blood-brain barrier when we knew it would. We put dumb stuff on your TV because we in this hypothetical sense literally control everything that goes on every channel. We give you the illusion of choice because we splintered our options into 1,000 different channels. But it's the same 5 people offering you that 1,000 things, and those 5 people do answer to a leadership structure. And that leadership structure is not interested in making you an independent thinker or telling you anything more than what's going to make them money. And for that reason, that's why I'm constantly saying we're in a telenovela, y'all. And y'all know it's getting crazy. You know why?
This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Yeah, y'all hear that? This telenovela is getting ridiculous.
You know what? Now we're gonna go to the
This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Hey. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. On a big box, my life. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Hey. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela.
It's a pretty cool plugin, y'all. So this plugin is called Doubler. It's definitely running off my computer. This mic's just plugged into a separate input. And I've trained it so that when I go, it goes. And when I go, it goes. And when I go, it goes. So I can add any sample. I can change it all out. I can even turn on, I have it, the pitch on. It's kind of, oh, that's why. Wait a minute. There we go. Oh, it's triggering. Oh, wait. How do I get it to stop triggering the MIDI? Oh, no. Okay, that's better. Okay. I was like, I hit a button so that it triggers the MIDI, that you can have this trigger MIDI out, but my keyboard, this keyboard for my other sampler is plugged into the MIDI. So my beatboxing was triggering this, and I couldn't get it to stop because it was on loop. Technical difficulty. Anyway, we're getting back to the telenovela, y'all. I'm gonna lay down some beatbox tracks.
Telenovela is getting ridiculous. Hey. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous.
My microphone's a liar. I like that. That's true.
This telenovela is getting ridiculous.
Okay, I'm gonna mute myself because I don't want double mic. I'm gonna mute my main mic.
This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Hey. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous.
which is my other beat track, and put this guide beat track on so I can stay on time. And then I'm going to mute it so that I don't have competing drums. There we go. I can't stay on beat either. So here's the other thing. The way I have it routed right now, any sound coming out of my mic or computer, including this one, goes into my loop pedal, which again is over here. You just really can't see it. It's right here. And this loop pedal is keeping. There we go. It's keeping all of it together. However, in order to record a clean beatbox sound, I'm gonna mute my primary mic so that there's no crossover. So I'm gonna do that, record the loop, and I'll cut the mic back on. Y'all hear that, right? It has all these extra ghost notes. I'm like, I'm not off the beat. It's just catching my inhales as beats. I gotta like clean up the sensitivity. You see how when I'm talking, it's just triggering for no reason? I can't actually hear the feedback without the mic. I'm gonna try it one more time because I'm like, it seems fine when it's just me, but then as soon as I go to hit the actual loop, kinda. Alright, I'm gonna do it one more time, y'all. And it's because I have to turn this mic on because I'm like, why is that all this extra clicking going on in the background? I'm gonna get it right. I'm gonna get it right though. It's gonna be fire when I do. Okay, here we go.
This telenovela is getting ridiculous.
Articulation with the tip of the tongue.
This telenovela
Honestly,
is getting
I think you're right,
ridiculous.
Alpha. I'm glad you saw that because I'm sitting here like, I'm cutting the volume down.
Is getting ridiculous.
I think that's exactly what's happening. It's picking up the feedback and double triggering. So I'm sitting there like, I'm not that off beat. I'm really not. I know how to play drums.
This telenovela is getting
here we go.
ridiculous. I'ma bring the beat back. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting
Okay, let me mute myself we're gonna skip past that. The televel is getting ridiculous, but the drums ain't cutting it right. I gotta I haven't played around with the doubler that much, and I gotta get the calibration right, or it's not. It doesn't do right. Anyway, we can get back to some semblance of some sort of cohesive idea in this on-the-fly idea that I'm calling my signature song right here, and I'm just going to vamp out my thoughts for the remainder of this here lie. I'ma just vamp out my thoughts for the remainder of this here lie. All right, we'll do story time. Oh, in fact, I forgot I got my other suspense horns. Alright, K9 Diggs was like horn. I said, alright, you're right. I forgot about the horn. I'll be forgetting about the other layers that I'm building. Okay. If you wanna go with me on a suspenseful journey, I'ma tell you what, but count 2, 3. 2, 3. I said, if you wanna go with me, we can go on a crazy, crazy journey. We can talk about this presidential debate. I turn on my TV. Tell me how much of my dismay did I see. I saw the old first lady and the first man helping on holding his hand like, yo, this is the president of America. He can't even walk down the stairs. Look at this that first lady there. She need to go and brush his hair like, ooh, what they doing in America. Acting crazy in America. Yeah, horn like the ship that hit that Francis Scott Key Bridge. This is the Francis Scott Key. Francis Scott Key Bridge. It's literally all the stories are so garbage. Hey, can y'all believe that this grown man is calling himself a president? Y'all know what I'm saying. It's a whole clown show, ain't it, dude? I don't think I am the only one who thinking about, where the adults go, or are they how they left the building? And I think they have. I think they have. And I think they have. All of the grown-ups have left the building. All of the grown-ups have left the building. I'm blue, I gotta go up an octave out. I'm blue, now I'm blue too. If you're gonna go blue, you're gonna turn the creepy Joe too. Better go turn red and paint the town red. But I'm just saying, you got an orange for a towel here. Okay, I'm just saying, I'm just rhyming, kinda being kinda funny in this tragic moment. That's right, I'm on the microphone, got my horn section, got me going like C major 7 like whoa. Sorry, C7.
just know one thing. If they don't want you to see, y'all won't see it. I really know one thing. If they don't want us to see it, we won't. I just telling you one thing. If they don't want us to see it, we won't see it. I'ma tell you one thing. So when I see that creepy Joe, y'all should know that they don't know. No, they don't want us to think that we can't do anything about it. I'ma say to shout it from the rooftops. They've been lying to us, y'all. From the rooftops, they've been lying to us, y'all.
And a lot of good people are falling for it. And I know a lot of people just are like, okay, so then what else do we do? We don't vote? Like, what's that gonna help? Honestly, it would help a whole lot more than you realize. If election day came and everybody was just like, pause the tape. Cut the gloss off. Cut the TV. Cut the sauce off. November 4th. As a member of the republic for which it stands, divided as we may be, we all here today to say, nah, we want something better. We're not voting for neither of these clowns. We want better leadership, and we're not going nowhere or buying nothing until we get it. Until we get, at minimum, representation that can put together a whole sentence cogently. We ain't going nowhere. That actually would work. Oh, if we don't vote, what are we going to do? Literally anything but keep doing the same thing. I can tell you that much. But let's not just keep voting ourselves into the same exact problem, right? Like, never mind the Electoral College swaying everything. Never mind that. That's a whole separate conversation. It's not even worth having. Never mind. That's just so that can exist, so that when the popular vote is clearly for the person that we don't want right now, y'all can still be okay with the person that we want right now, because we invented this idea called the electorate. And even though you don't know who they are, they actually matter more in all the swing states that actually affect y'all's perception of what decision we've technically already made on your behalf, usually about 20 years beforehand. Yeah, so I'm telling y'all, it's theatrical, and adults need not engage in WrestleMania. Adults need not engage in child's play. This is political theater at its finest. Glenn Youngkin, Virginia governor. Listen, Grant, I honestly don't know. I really don't know. Gavin Newsom? Probably not, because he doesn't have the charisma. Michelle Obama? Possibly so, because, you know, they have the rapport. I don't believe that Michelle has the, she has half of what she needs. And I'm saying she, with all the ostensibility in my eyebrows could possibly put forward. Yeah, I think they are weird. I think that prior to Big Mike being a conversation, there were other medium-sized mics. They just weren't black. Okay? There were other first ladies who used to not be first ladies. And it wasn't even American presidents that started this thing. This was like a trend, apparently, in the 1800s amongst the elites. It's to have a hot, tranny wife that used to be a man, because all y'all secretly gay. Because y'all be doing gay stuff and having gay stuff done to y'all since y'all was kids, and y'all pedophile families. And then that turns into a fetish that you didn't later marry, and then don't want nobody want to know, because it's about 100 or more years before that becomes a trend. So you can't, you have to hide it. Only when you go back and look at the photos, Gertrude is looking really dudeish in half these photos of half these rich and famous folks' wives. Then you get to the American presidents. Then you get to the one that halfway passed as a decent woman for most guys who just had no clue. broad shoulders and all, but half these dudes be liking that. So don't be so shocked. Okay, I've never actually seen Michelle's whatever, but I have seen that clip on Ellen. So listen, just because you happen to notice it for the first time, I don't know if Michael could help that much. But the rest of them was probably just as packing some sort of lunch, even if it wasn't as hearty of a meal. But that's not the point. The point is the perversions are so far beyond what the public's aware that it's almost like the powers that be are like, oh, really, our training? Like, oh, that's kind of boring. We've already played that card. No. We haven't made a man at a woman as a man as a woman. Like a man playing a woman who's a man. Where we give all the rights, so like women's rights, it'd be like a historical moment for women, but it's really a man. That's a good one, right? And somebody's behind the scenes like, yeah, John Tondar saw it. That Ellen show with that thing he's swinging. That's the thing, though. As a man with a functioning penis, I can tell you, when it's swinging, you're not unaware. We'll put it like that. Nobody's, I don't care how desensitized or not you are, you're aware when you wear white linen. Every man who's not impotent knows when they're wearing white linen pants. We'll just leave it at that, okay? Nobody's confused. So it's almost like, who dances like this? Like literally nobody, not a black man I've ever seen or woman. Like he's Michael Jordan, like he's Macaulay Culkin animating Michael Jordan in the window during Home Alone with the white linen pants on. It came in like a wrecking ball. That's funny. All it wanted us to break, Barack. Anyway, yeah, nobody does that unless it's kind of like, hey, you guys, guess what? I kind of want y'all to halfway know. Like, I kind of got it. So for anybody who's kind of like, what is he talking about? Michelle Obama, the rumors have existed of the gay nature of Barack and the transsexual nature of Michelle. To me, the nail in the coffin was Joan Rivers candidly talking about it and then getting killed the next day. If this, like, come on, y'all. Joan Rivers is like the most out. Joan Rivers has been in this whole thing for a minute. She is not clout chasing. When that TMZ guy walked up to her after she had just officiated a gay wedding, right? So we're not talking about any homophobe. We're talking about Joan Rivers here. And she says, Joan, do you think America's ready for the first gay president? You just left a wedding of a gay folk, so clearly you're in with the gays. What does Joan Rivers say? Oh, well, they've already got it with Obama. They've already got it. As she's nonchalantly walking up the stairs. And then the very next thing she said, and Obama, oh, really? Is this true? Oh, it's okay. Michelle, and everybody knows Michelle's a trend. Everybody, it's okay. She does great for them. It's okay. It's fine. 48 hours later, Joan Rivers is no more. And y'all think she was capping? Or maybe she just wasn't supposed to say that on TV. Like, Joan, so that nobody could be like, Joan, hey, yeah, Joan, excuse me. Joan, excuse me, Ms. Rivers. Yeah, we saw that TMZ clip from a couple days ago. Can you please clarify that for the world, please? Please, the first lady, go ahead, say that again, Joan. They didn't want that, so she just died. Plastic surgery, they say. She done got 1,000 plastic surgeries, but this is the one that killed her. Joan Rivers. Hello. Okay, so for people who are slow, or maybe you're not slow, you just don't pay attention, so you don't know. So don't mean to imply that you're slow. The rumor has been circulating that Michelle Obama is actually not originally Michelle. Now, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I don't honestly know. All I know is I am married to a woman, and I have never accidentally called her a man's name ever. Ever. I know of at least 3 public moments where Barack specifically said Michael. Specifically. Michael and I have, I know that. Okay, we know that much. We've seen it. I've never accidentally called my wife, whose name is Jennifer. I've never called her James or Johnny by accident. Jimmy. I've never accidentally ever once ever said that. Barack did it 3 times on camera. Okay, there's that. Then, you know, there's the famous photo that we've all seen, the one, right? Which to me is like they leaked it. They could have scrubbed that one if they want. You know, the one, Barack in college with Bill Gates and some other dude with the same scar right on his arm as what Michelle has, but it's totally not Michelle. It's like this guy, but nobody knows who the guy is anymore. And even though his scar is identical to Michelle's scar and like he's basically the same build, it's totally not Michelle. It's some other guy. We don't know where the guy is though. And yeah, that's Bill Gates and Barack Obama. That's a weird enough coincidence. But like the other guy, right? I'm trying to tell y'all this whole thing is groomed. They don't put people in positions of power, prominence, or influence, such as Barack Obama, without a plan of why they're there. A casting of sorts. Never mind the spell work that I'm sure most all of them are involved in. A plan. They cast forth a plan. And they execute that plan. You have actors coming out the wazoo like, I trained this dude on how to speak this way. This is an actor. Like I forgot the guy's name, but he's like, Barack shadowed me and I taught him how to talk that way. This guy was just a nerd from wherever. And I gave him the Barack look. No photos of her pregnant, you're right. Michael, exactly. John remembers, I'm looking at some of these comments. I have never accidentally called my wife a man's name or called her outside of her name, much less a man's name. And he did it 3 separate times that we are aware of? Separately. Y'all saw the one when he coming down the stairs? Michael say, he was holding that jump thing. Walking down them stairs like, walking down like a whole dude on the men's varsity team. Going to holla. I mean, that's just one video, right? It's just a funny way that a woman would walk down the stairs holding her junk. Okay, whatever. Maybe it itched. All of these things on top of one another. Then, as the very famous Ellen show clip, for those unfamiliar, there is a famous scene, a replayable song where if anybody's familiar with Ellen's show, she always has her guests dance. It's like a thing. They all pretty much suck. None of them are great dancers, but that was kind of the thing, is that none of them are that great. So it was not about being a good dancer, it's just about having fun. And then First Lady Michelle Obama was a guest. And in the wardrobe department that morning, they decided that white linen pants were the outfit of the choice of the day. Ladies who may or may not have what men have between their legs should realize that if you go dancing in linen, gray sweatpants, or in anything white, whether it's linen or cotton, details start emerging. Shadows begin revealing themselves as objects begin getting displaced by gravity, thigh number 1 or thigh number 2. And so you either wear those pants because you have nothing to be ashamed of and you let the freak flag actually fly, or you wear those pants when you want to be seen. Or you not really working with enough to make it matter either way, but that's clearly not Mike. They don't call him Big Mike for no reason, okay? So there's, you know, I'm trying not to be incredibly lewd and direct, but I think a lot of y'all, especially up at 3:01 in the morning, should understand that in this clip of Ellen is a clip of Michelle dancing, and there's obviously something jangalanging. Okay? It's obvious. You can see it, right? Who knows, right? A microphone cable? Maybe, but I've never seen anybody put a mic in the front of their pants. It's always in the back. And I've never seen a microphone cable, you know, with enough velocity to do all that activity underneath all that linen that was going on with this ridiculously corny Ellen dance. So I look at that and I go, they wanted us to see that, man. Come on, y'all. Like, they could have scrubbed that from the internet. Like, if I'm a tranny and I'm really trying to hide the fact that I'm a tranny, I'm just going to, like, totally make Ellen scrub that clip. You'll see it for a week and then it'll just disappear. Right? They wanted us to see that. That clip still circulated. This whole conversation of Big Mike, this idea that whatever that was swinging was actually that big, that's actually programming. That's actually programming. Most trannies are not actually big, number one, because all the estrogen they have to take shrinks their junk. Separately, it's programming, right? I mean, it might as well have been a doggone. I just watched the clips for the first time. I needed a hug. So I'm looking at this comment. Afika, am I saying that right? Afika.life just said, I just watched the clip for the first time. I need a hug. Yeah, no, I feel you. I realize that some people may have not seen this. This is the person who was supposed to be married to the president. Please DM me this. Someone made a hilarious parody to it to the tune of Outkast's Hey, hey. So that's hilarious because it is like the thing is like saying, hey, y'all, I'm here. We're here at the party. I said I'm here in these linen pants, and here I am. Whoop, here I am. That's what the thing was doing. And I'm sitting there like, come on now, like, I'm a dude. Like, I know when I'm dancing. I know if I'm on TV and all of this swing-a-ringing is happening, and there's no like, oh, let me turn away from the camera, or let me give me cut file. We know the time delay exists, even on Ellen's show. Let's just tuck it and switch it, and slip it to the side, take it under the belt, buckle, put it behind the leg, stick it around, put it in the pocket, whatever. Just something. Just don't just let it keep swang-a-langing. Right, on a show that kids and families watch as the presidential first lady. Come on, yo. They wanted us to see it. That's it. That's why everybody knows it exists. That's why the nickname exists. That's why the mystery exists. Like, ooh, Michelle tranny, and it's actually kind of big. You see what I'm saying? It's all like fetish based. It's not true. That was probably a doggone dumbbell or counterweight or something extra attached to the side of it to actually give it enough torque to swing, just so everybody would see it. Just because that was the point. It's like the equivalent of stuffing a sock, you know. But I really just, I'm sitting here going, I think I need to communicate my thoughts on how much anytime we, as the masses, or on the agreement of something from a visual standpoint, it's because that visual piece, like the Ellen video or, you know, Biden, the whole debate from the other night, they want us to see that. They want us to get to this part, or to this place where we're aware of this. Is she a he? Asked Silly Heart. The answer is most likely. So the answer is nobody really knows, but it's entirely too much uncertain anomalies surrounding the children that don't look like her, the pregnancy photos that don't exist, the kind of like nebulous past of who this guy was, much less who his first lady was, this strange picture of this dude with a scar on his arm that looks just like the scar Michelle has, but like now the dude is nowhere to be found. There's been no one who addressed those types of rumors. There's like, I don't know, what was it, 8 or something guys that came forward when Barack was running, and they were part of the whole Jeremiah Wright or whatever, and Reverend Wright's church in Chicago, and they were like, he's running a gay brothel. And they were like, no, he's not. He's totally a senator, and he's a Christian. He's at a church. How dare you? Don't let the gay thing get out. He's running for president, for Christ's sakes. And, you know, the parents of those 2 of those 8 boys who died, their parents, their mothers are still speaking out to this day about their, you know, deceased children. All of this has been forgotten about. Then he shows up with this first lady. I thought it was a bit strange how they're constantly talking about her fashion, her arms, her sleeveless dresses. You know, I'm a black guy, so I have aunts. And, you know, my family's kind of split between liberal and conservative. Not everybody agrees politically. And I just remember being like, some of my aunts really like this lady, Michelle. They really find like heroism in her. Heroinism, if you will, in her. And I'm like, but why? She just married a guy who happened to get voted into, I mean, I knew at the time, but you know, as we're told, she just married a dude who happened to be president. What's heroic about that? I mean, really, at the end of the day, I mean, maybe she was she knew how to pick a good one, but like, that's not heroic. Plenty of women know how to pick a good man. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what's so heroic about it? So that's when I started noticing, like, becoming a Michelle Obama, becoming. And I was like, okay, anytime you can always flip any title, because it's like, think about repeating, right? If I say, Michelle, it's a book called Becoming by the author Michelle Obama. Michelle Obama becoming. Michelle Obama becoming. Michelle Obama becoming. Which, if you keep repeating that, your brain, because there's no commas, periods, or punctuation, you can flip the two words in the psychological expression of the sentence. Becoming Michelle Obama. Michelle Obama. Becoming. See what I'm saying? It's an old linguistic trick to subtly, if you ask me, suggest this is what it took to become Michelle Obama. First of all, it took a lot of surgery and a lot of hormone therapy that I can't talk about until the time is ripe. Because this is why. Because a lot of people go, okay, Chris, so you're sitting here seriously thinking that Michelle Obama is like a tranny. And I go, would it surprise you if it was an old trick of the elite of the 1800s to do this? And then the elite of the 1900s are simply paying homage to the elites of the 1800s. And before, I'm sure it was like, this probably goes back to the first century, right? Or beyond. But they're paying homage to these elites by engaging in deviant behavior to such an extent that they're known as like, they do everything behind the scenes. So in terms of who they're married to, it's about PR and publicity. So if you're going to be president, it's like, we're not quite ready for you to be gay. Even though you're gay behind the scenes, you can't be gay in public. So we'll give you a first lady that meets your needs publicly. And they probably don't even, who knows what happens behind the scenes, but we'll give you this. And again, I'm not speaking as if I have any sort of like super duper scoop on the like penis existence or not of Michelle Obama. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm just saying, something was jangling in them linen pans, and it wasn't a microphone. And I'm saying it wouldn't be the first time they've done this. It's kind of on brand for what they like to do. So I'm not actually saying that I know for a fact that she's a man. I'm just saying if she was, it wouldn't surprise me. Seems about right. That's kind of right on par. They're in this whole inversion season where they get men and women to find, like, they get men to look at Michelle and think, oh, Barack got him a hot wife. It's a straight guy looking at what most men would consider a decent looking lady. Trannies these days be looking, you never know, right? I don't have no feelings toward Michelle Obama no type of way, but on a scale from ugly black women to pretty black women, she's clearly on the pretty black women side, not on the ugly side. I mean, it's subjective, right? It's taste, but I've seen way uglier people, we'll just say that. So you have black straight men finding desire and finding sexual attraction, even if it's just mild, with what may be just a man, which is a psychological assault. Then you have black straight women finding heroism and identity and like power and like support and feeling validated by someone who's faking the funk. You see what I'm saying? It's faking out all the categories of the people who are supposed to be fighting for. It's like tricking every single category. All the gay people who want to like say it loud, I'm gay and I'm proud, had a whole gay president that couldn't be out of the closet enough to speak up for them. Like, it's all about just stepping into your you-ness. Only your leader guy made all your holidays legal, but couldn't actually come out and just tell you he was gay too. Oh, what a coward. And then you have the liberals who are like not necessarily always black and not necessarily always like gay, really, honestly. Or, it's whatever. It's just percentage. It's people. But then you have these people who are supporting this guy under pretenses that are false. So everybody's being lied to in every single category of why they're supposed to like him or his wife or his people or his children, or any of that stuff. It's all a giant gaslight. So I don't know what's between Michelle Obama's legs. I honestly don't know. But I have seen multiple reports of Obama being gay. He looks gay to me. He don't look manly. My gaydar starts going like this when he starts talking, especially from what I heard. It's definitely a distraction from what really matters, Grant. I 100% agree with you there. It's definitely a distraction from what matters. But it's kind of like the distraction is almost to the place where it's like, yo, if they really put us in a position where the average Democratic chooser, like voter, is willing to consider is already bad enough, but vote for Kamala just showed up 2 weeks ago Harris, or Michelle Obama, or Gavin Newsom, These are all three awful choices. You see what I'm saying? I just think that they're trying to make you agree. Like their goal is to get you to agree with the debauchery. So they're going to get you to like it before they really tell you what it is. It's kind of their trick. Hold on to the truth that is living, and it doesn't matter what they do or think. I think you're right. Yeah, $60,000 worth of hot dogs. Yeah, I remember. I caught that. I've been butchering your username, John Tonda. But yes, Grant, I think you're right. It doesn't matter what they do or think. I'm speaking to the national conversation of people who are under distress after having seen a debate that clearly was not a debate. Like when you debate somebody, we go back and forth on issues. And we're actually speaking with critically sound minds. What that was last night was not sound. It was not critical. And neither of them were presenting critical discussions. There was times when Joe Biden was talking like this, and then you go, we're talking about it like that. And Donald Trump being like, I have no clue what he just said, but here's what I got to say. That's hilarious to me because I'm like, this is where we are, y'all. All you have to do is call out mumbling, call out a president not saying a sentence, and that's a win in a debate. He didn't have to make a point. You see what I'm saying? It's like, it's not a debate if you don't win the point. He didn't win the point. He just finished the sentence coherently. And the fact that the world is seeing America represented by that as our current president is why I shook my head when I ended that. Because I don't watch TV like this, y'all. I'm not really watching this regularly. I know that we're a hot mess as far as other countries are concerned. I know that. But I'm not watching it on a regular basis. So I just don't know how bad it always is. And then I happen to get my buddy call me and say, you have to watch this. It's that bad. And this buddy who called me is not political either. He gets it. He just was like, you have to watch this, Chris. And I'm like, okay, because it's you, I'm gonna watch it. And then I watched about 30 minutes of it and I was kind of like, y'all, like, this is bad, y'all. Like, yeah, he's senile. Yeah, we get it. But, like, that's too surface level to really get to the nuts and bolts of what's wrong here. That's funny. Somebody said it's good entertainment, but it's theater. And plus, that's Arthur Roberts in a Biden mask. It just might as well be. You see what I'm saying? It's like that bad. And I know that you don't actually run a top country. You don't, like I said, there's no greatness. There's no knuckleheads and mediocrity moving any sort of weight in any major industry. The greats of the entertainment industry are great artists. They're absolutely amazing performers. They're often incredibly smart people. I don't always like them or agree with them, but they're not dumb. There are incredibly smart people, way smarter than me in some contexts, and they are very brilliant. But you quickly, when you work around big influence, you understand like everybody who's here is supposed to be here. There are no accidents for people invited in this room because everybody here's at the top of their game for whatever it is that they do. And they're only invited here by others who are at the top of their game. So when I'm looking at the biggest office in the land, we're not talking about a room full of people who are not at the top of the game of what they do. They are at the top of their game. But what they're doing is simply not what you're told that they're doing. You're told Joe Biden is helping make decisions that run and lead the country. What's really happening is Joe Biden is acting as the face of an enterprise that is being deconstructed behind his back with no say. Donald Trump was acting as the face of an enterprise that's being deconstructed behind his back. Some of y'all caught that. Like when COVID was first starting and the military, the Joint Chiefs guy, it was some military general, maybe it was a Pentagon official or Joint Chiefs guy, I forget who it was, standing off to the side. He's speaking, like Trump says something, the military guy comes up, says something, and he goes, "We are now in an active drill." And Trump goes, "It'd be nice if somebody would have told me." He like leans up, says it out loud when he's not on the mic. Maybe y'all remember that. And he's like, "It would have been nice to give him the heads up. Somebody should have told me." He's the whole president who apparently was unaware of a whole military drill happening in his country. I'm showing y'all that the military is running this, and every military of the world, as far as I can tell, as far as I've been, we'll just say informed, not necessarily by who, but just word on the street. A birdie told me, I won't tell you who the bird is, that in their professional opinion, all militaries are working together. There is no enemies. At the top, they're all colluding. That's what it feels like. When you get into things like this Antarctic Treaty and things like that, it certainly seems that way. To answer Garden Moose's question, what can we do about it? Grant already actually kind of hinted at that. The second your mind is like not giving them any time or real estate, and you're looking, like myself and others, to better your family in natural ways, gardening ways, real estate outside of the city, resources outside of the systems. These are all little baby steps that one can take to get to a place where you go, the president could get blown up tomorrow. The whole of Washington, D.C. could fall in the ocean tomorrow, and it wouldn't change a thing about my life. The entire supply chain could shut down in 5 minutes, and it wouldn't change an entire reality for myself or my family. When you can get there, and I'm not even saying I'm there, I'm just saying I'm working toward it. When you can get there, then you're good. Then it actually does not matter what they say or do. I promise you. It literally doesn't matter. I promise you. I promise you. It already doesn't actually matter as far as taxes and things are concerned. That's another thing I kept reiterating as I'm watching this is like, these guys are perpetuating a slave-like system that has every single person I know at work all day, every day, barely able to make ends meet with one job and most likely working two. If they weren't fired for not wanting to be part of an experiment that everybody was a part of. If they weren't fired for that and they still have a job, they have to work it pretty constantly so that the government can take anywhere from 15 to 40% of their money for an insurance policy that they signed up, that by the time they're 65 and they start getting kickbacks on this insurance policy, the money won't be enough for them to live on anyway. Talk about a hustle. You just been lied to. You just poured anywhere from whatever your withholdings are since you were 16, worked your first job till you 65. That's literally 50 years of your earnings, just so that we can give it back to you with some stipulations, and not if you make too much money, and even what we give you not going to matter because inflation going to be so bad that it's not going to be adjusted for that. And that is what people go to work all day, every day for, just to sit at home and watch a debate between two people who have no connection to their everyday struggle, on Biden or Trump. Both of them are rich. Go and argue about a whole, like, okay, well, I'm gonna enslave you at a 1% tax rate. Well, I'm gonna do it at 1.5%. I'm only gonna enslave the rich. Well, he wants to make the rich be bigger slaves. Well, I just want to keep the poor to be slaves. That's all I heard the whole time. I'm sitting there like, you're not going to mention the actual reality of why you haven't showed your tax returns, the ones that don't exist because you haven't paid them, because you realize that you didn't have to when you put yourself in a tax class and in a state situation that allowed for that. Trump and Biden and not every politician, but a lot of the ones that have figured this out. And you're not saying none of that. You over here talking about some TV stuff. My actual family is struggling. You told people in my family they needed to do this or they couldn't go to work. And that if they were dying, we couldn't go see them. And Lahaina, Hawaii caught the whole F on fire. And you gave them some $700 and then forgot about them. You gave how many billion now to Ukraine, a war that none of us actually think you should be involved in? You gave us $1,500 once, and a couple people got some PPP loans and totally got in trouble for using them. And then y'all gonna get on TV and argue about golf handicaps? Golf handicaps. We're taking actual airtime to like say some ridiculous stuff like you have a 6, which is clearly a lie, and then if I was Trump, I'd be like, okay, first of all, I'm breaking character to just be like, we're improving here, Joe, but that was a stupid improv because you definitely don't have no 6 handicap. You see what I'm saying? That's what I thought was funny. But I'm sitting there like, it's sad to me because I can laugh because of how absurd it comes off to me, but it's actually not a laughing matter because these people are gripping the hearts and the emotions of every adult I know almost. And they're not giving them any solutions. They're offering them 2 different ways to get screwed from behind. You see what I'm saying? You can go with Big Mike, or you can go with Big Vladimir or Big Mike. That are your 2 options. Creepy Joe or Big Mike. Those are your 2 options. Gavin Newsom, who looks like a movie villain, or Kamala Harris, the cackling woman who also can't read a teleprompter that well and couldn't sound smart if somebody paid her $1 million to sound smart. Oh my goodness. It's almost like they got Kamala because they knew that, I already know that this stuff's planned out, right? So it's like they tried it with the Palin thing, but Sarah Palin wasn't going for it. She was like, y'all not gonna brand me as the bimbo. I'm about to come out here and look smart. Y'all gonna take that so you can see Russia from my house joke, and y'all think I'm crazy, but I literally can, because when you live in Alaska, you can see Russia, right? But I'm not gonna, she was like, I'm gonna put my glasses on and look smart. And so even though she didn't win, McCain didn't win, the Sarah Palin thing was a bit premature. Because to me, was like, okay, they got this 90-million-year-old guy running with this little lady. You see what they're trying to do. Get him in the office, make him unfit to be president, and then we're dealing with her. Well, that didn't work at the time. So what they do, wait 10 years later and do the exact same thing. Get this old crickety-crockety rocking chair of a old man and put some random, lady with him. I want to see his comment. I don't hear enough folks mention how Congress could have prevented Trump from running again if they impeached him in the 3 weeks between January 6th and our inauguration day. The whole response was more theater. Exactly. Nobody's talking about how if this was actually according to due process, Congress could have impeached him. It's like, this is theater. And I think that Americans might be able to see that now, but I don't think that they understand why we're seeing the theater. We're seeing the theater because the point of it is for the rest of the world to see it. So that when the rest of the world sees America's financial system get removed and the incredible hyperinflation and like systemic breakdown that happens as a result of that, especially if they toss another pandemic or cyber attack or who knows what on top, it will look justifiable because they will have seen buffoonishness in the leadership for more than 3 years, for at least 2 consecutive, pretty much since Obama. Never mind Trump and what y'all who like Trump think about him. The world sees him as kind of a loose cannon. The world sees Joe Biden as a complete idiot. See what I'm saying? I traveled all across the world, especially back when Donald Trump was first winning and getting elected. And the world was like, what the heck are y'all thinking, America? Why'd y'all vote that guy? And I'm like, listen, it's not like that. Americans don't actually think like that. He does not represent most Americans. The votes don't actually matter like you're told. I'm having to tell this to other foreigners who literally think I and people like me voted for either one of the 2 candidates you saw before you the other night. I didn't vote for either one. They don't represent me. Donald Trump, even if you like him more than Joe Biden, does not actually represent most Americans, because most Americans don't live in a rich palace. You see what I'm saying? Most Americans are working, poor, or middle-class people. Neither person is representing either of the people that they claim. Joe Biden literally does not represent black people. Charlemagne the God does not represent most black people, and he was mocked by Joe Biden and still walked with his tail between his legs. So it's kind of like even the guy that doesn't represent black people was like not represented. Even the guy shilling for the guy who doesn't represent black people, who himself also doesn't represent black people, was not able to be. It's just, y'all get what I'm trying to say. Joe Biden represents 0% blackness at all. whatsoever. Donald Trump is probably negative 1% blackness. But ironically speaking, at least one of the person who I knew, who knew him personally, was black. And was very sympathetic to Trump. I was like, listen, Trump is not as bad as they say. He's not racist. He's been working with me for years. I've known him for years. I got introduced to him through his son, through a job I was working, I'm working on a business deal. He's seeing how I can help. He can help me. I can help him. We working together. That was his deal. A black person. While everybody's over there screaming this dude is racist, I'm going, but I know a black guy who's personally working with him. Like, I'm pretty sure he's not racist. Like, y'all can say whatever, but like, I'm pretty sure he's not actually racist. I don't like the dude, but I'm pretty sure he's not racist. Y'all over there big mad at what he ain't. Y'all not mad about the things that he's lying to you about. Y'all mad about the stuff that they lying about him about. That's double corny. You see what I'm saying? That's double corny. Y'all mad at him for the whole wrong reasons. Somebody lied to you about something that's untrue about him, and you mad about the untrue thing. And you hadn't even mentioned the real true thing that's worth being mad over. You see what I mean? You see what I mean? That's why I'm trying to tell y'all.
This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. It's getting a little bit crazy. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Yeah, I'm about to parking for the night. It's getting ridiculous. I can't take it no more. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Jacked up, fall on the floor. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Hey. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous.
That's not right here.
This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Hey. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Telenovela. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Hey, come on, alive. This telenovela is getting a little real stale now. Thinking about telling y'all. Trying to come through and like, I'm pretty sure this country's toast. Oh, I'm pretty sure our president is doing the most. It's time to rhyme, to rhyme. It's time. Come on, y'all, it's time to tell the government, yeah, we ain't got no more time for y'all. We be like, I don't want what y'all giving me, no, I don't want incompetence in the White House, no, I don't want this all seen now pedophile, no, I don't want
The slightly less older, probably still pedophile, but
oh no, I don't want neither option that's being presented now. I don't want this awful situation in my country. No, I don't want.
what have we been talking about? In short,
The Spanish soap opera telenovela now.
The Spanish soap opera, inflation, and swinging balls. Balls was pretty much in place. Balls are made of steel. Something else, however,
Was totally made of silicone.
or maybe it was actually made of just real human flesh. That Y chromosome coming in there big time Y chromosome. Y'all get it? Ain't no double X in this text.
Big Mike just might be our next president.
And at least used to have really big balls. All right, y'all.
Bring back Paul Revere. Oh, somebody said bring back Paul Revere. Yeah. Bring back Paul Revere. Stella, how y'all doing? Elijah, how y'all doing? Over in Germany. Bring back Paul Revere. Paul Revere. Bring back Paul Revere. And it's midnight ride. We got a midnight ride. Bring back Paul Revere. Bring back Paul Revere. And it's midnight ride.
I'm just vamping out, y'all.
Thank y'all for hanging out with me tonight. I don't even know how to bring you down. Oh, but this telenovela is getting ridiculous.
Ooh, I didn't get to the clone part. I'm glad I saw this.
Sky Clark Bear.
Well, thank you, Skylock Bear. Thank you, Skylock Bear. I like Owen too.
How long do I think that they've been using clones?
I do think they've been using clones. I'm gonna do my clone song on the clone. We'll do a little clone out. We'll clone out on the outro. How about that? Oh, I can't.
Do I think they've been using clones? The answer is definitely. Do I think the clones are made of wires and metal? And wires definitely not. Do I think that sometimes people can be surrogated? And all these things can be conjugated and percolated and matriculated. And maybe we are just dealing with sentient beings
From a whole galaxy far, far away. I don't actually think that. I'm just being a little facetious because I think we're dealing with the spirit realm
that is trying to play God. And I don't think that they're God, no. But I think that these people have a God complex in the works, and they're told that they're gonna run the world, that they're gonna run the world.
I don't know if y'all ever hung around people who have been groomed or born in elite, or we'll call it posh circles in the UK or the United Kingdom of Great Britain, England, South Wales, Northern Ireland, and London, or United Kingdom. And sometimes in America too, you're dealing with people who have really been gaslit, not even gaslit, just miseducated, groomed by their own family and parents sometimes to totally believe that they are better than other people in the world. Like my parents told me, you gonna be just as smart as you wanna be. You are not better than anyone, but you might be smarter or faster. But they might be smarter or faster than you if you don't work hard. So you don't treat anybody like you're better. You treat anybody like you can help them and like you're a servant, like you're on the same playing field with them. But as far as better, you're not better. You just might be better at running or better at spelling or better at math or something. You're not better than anybody, okay? There are people who genuinely think that they're better, and they're told this because they're miseducated. And when you've ever spent any time, and we're not talking like, oh, this girl at the high school across town thinks she's totally better than me, so she thinks she's better and she's totally not. We're talking about you're dealing with people who the whole party is like looking at and whispering because this guy goes to this special college in England that only prime ministers go to, and like, hush, 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 oh, don't talk to the boy from Eton. Oh my gosh, he's gonna be like a da-da-da-da. And not just him, but other situations where you're around people of heavy influence and you can tell that there's an edge to what they don't think you're allowed to think about them. It's like, I live up here, you live down there. Stay down there, peasant. I'm gonna be up here doing my up here things. You can be down there doing your down there things. I've been around it. Not often, but enough to be like, oh, okay, got it. You're really into yourself. And it's not even like an arrogance thing. Like, your whole social circle is telling you that you got to be the prime minister or whatever. So maybe you are, maybe that's true, maybe you actually are. I've seen it with my own eyes, so I can see the grooming, and I can see the confusion, and I can see the collusion, and I can see the institution, I can see the mandates, and I can see the suggestions, I can see the trials, and I can see the lessons, I can see the drama, I can see the anger, I can see the telenovela up on my TV like,
This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Say it with me, y'all. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Hey. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. It's getting a little on a little long in the tooth. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. No stress, like this telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Thank you, John Carter. This telenovela is getting kinda serious. This telenovela's making me delirious, and I'm so confused. Good day from Australia. Just coming through you today, talking about that little drama on the TV screen.
all right, I got a question. This is for
Bliss balance life in small steps.
Bliss, balance, life in small steps. I like it. You're an Australian, okay? You're not an American, or maybe you are American, you just live in Australia. But what are your thoughts about the American leadership? I want you to tell me it from an Australian's point of view. I want y'all to see my point being proven here. Bliss, if you can be so inclined, just in the comment section, just say in a few sentences, few short words, your thoughts on the American president. The American leadership, or lack thereof. Ooh, or lack thereof. I'ma just play it on mellow to the a puppet show. Okay, so you actually probably are familiar with this person at puppet show. Accurate, but you sound like you might be smart enough to be up on game. I mean up on game. Or you might be smart enough to be up on game. You know what, ma? You gotta be smart enough. Hey, I did the up on game. Oh, okay, Ivan Chow. Okay, so okay, from what y'all can tell, what is the average Australian thing? Maybe not you. Okay, so again, as Americans, we'll say puppet show too, but I'm trying to gauge how much of foreign politics, and I know this is kind of a strange case study because everybody who's asking me is on my page, and y'all probably smart enough to know that this don't work like you're told. But as the Aussies get the general impression that the Americans have lost the pot. I'm just wondering, I'ma wonder with my whole section like, do Aussies think that we've lost the pot? I mean, meanwhile, y'all all over there with some kangaroos. but we don't think y'all have lost the plot. In fact, most Americans couldn't tell you a clue of Australian politics. I don't know a single prime minister, a single parliament member. I don't know if y'all have a parliament, a prime minister, a green party, a crazy party, a Nazi party. I don't know. I'm just curious. I'm just curious. I'm curious. Curious. I'm so curious. Yeah, curious. I just need everybody to understand where I am coming from. Like, I'm just rhyming, trying to keep it on beat. Like, trying to help y'all understand this world don't work like we thought. Like, oh, okay, this person said they are in bed with each other because they are actually 100% correct. And maybe you weren't on, maybe you were on earlier. But that is essentially the very sentiment I was trying to express earlier, is that I believe all of these nations are working together for a common goal already. And they're waiting to give the branding to us after all the connections and contracts are in place. They're waiting to give them all the fine print details after the contract's dry and the ink is up on dry on the shelf. Like, they're not talking about informed consent. No, there ain't no full disclosure. We're not talking about no informed consent. I even said we have a preferential voting system, but while under a similar two-party system. Oh, I see. It's the same thing like, oh yeah, we're gonna give y'all 15 parties, but only 2 of them are the parties that matter. So it's kind of like a two-party voting system in practice. I mean, we have a third party. We definitely have the independent party. There was a whole Ross Perot and a Rand Paul and a Ron Paul that actually tried. They did. He actually tried for multiple seasons in a row, and it didn't win because it does not matter at all what your vote says on a ballot box if your country's subverted and has a foreign government. It does not matter at all what the paperwork says on the voting ballot box, whether it was Dominion voting systems or not. Cause it doesn't matter, y'all. What the paper says on the box. Doesn't matter, y'all. They come up with the presidents cause it's the CEO and the board of directors, yo, that come up with the president in parliament. Like in Australia, y'all are a vassal state of the Queen, just like America is, and Canada too. And you know that what the Aussies do. They come with the frequency like, yo, we been fighting with some kangaroos and we not about to take no bullshit from you. Like, we been fighting with kangaroos. Have you seen the biceps on them dudes? Them are some large animals, and we came in like some cannibals, but we don't eat nobody, no, not Hannibal. Give a lecture on a lecture like we're Hannibal, and Anthony Hopkins kept a cannibal. Okay, back on my tangent. Oh, I'm like, I was gonna vamp out talking about clones. You know, it's like, y'all, when we're looking at some Westworlds. I think Westworld did a great job allegorizing the situation, and in my eyes, there's no surprises what I'm singing. If you've never seen the show Westworld, I'm pretty sure that we dealing with a similar situation, but however, I don't think it's white milk. So, if you watch the show Westworld, these clones, they get bathed in this white milk, come out of this white milk, and they're essentially hosts, which are synthetically derived biological people with only one actual piece of mechanics in their brain, kind of powering everything in this little ball. It's like a large marble or something. And they, the clones, don't realize they're clones. They're given a software update called the Reveries, which is just borrowed emotional situations from human guests in the park. That is Westworld, over the 50, 60, 70 years of the existence of the park. And that those Reveries gave the hosts / clones this human quality so that they operated life as if they were humans. They didn't know the difference. And I think that the allegory that the show is painting is really important to get that. If we're dealing with clones, in most cases, they don't realize that they were a clone. They just feel like, I had a weird headache, I woke up, I had this awful, odd, strange experience, I have a lot of questions. I feel like I had this birthmark on my hand before, and it's like totally not there. Am I going crazy? I don't have anybody to talk to because the therapist that they set me up with is the same therapist that's helping keeping all this programming in place because I'm a clone. You know what I'm saying? It's all, anytime you're dealing with this clone, you're not dealing with like, you're dealing with genetically modified humans with soul transfer rituals and procedures applied to them or their bodysuit so that they're animated by a host of different situations. Puppets, you can, so like there is a conversation where these clones are puppets, but I think the internet conversation reduces it down a little bit oversimplified, because I've told you, I've worked in and around the people at this level, the very people in this conversation, and I don't think it's just a bunch of idiot robots walking around. I do think it's people who have been given such a hedonistic lifestyle that they've hedonized themselves into having a broken body that they've paid for a replacement model of, with a few inches here and a few inches there, upgraded or downgraded. And this concept of clonery is less about like, hit this button and do this thing, you stupid clone. It's more about a whole opportunity realm that exists if you're in the right situation to move forward, like in your body, like have your clone go do work for you. You know, run your own body into the ground and replace it. So you can run the next body in the ground and replace it. Or be part of a larger apparatus that's using it for like military. I mean, there's just such a wide conversation regarding clones. I think most people oversimplify it. I don't know if we were looking at clones last night. We might have been. I have read that Carter was the first one. Jimmy Carter was the first one they put a duplicate out of. I don't know if that's true, but that's what was allowed to be leaked onto the internet, so there might be some truth to it. Like, it's kind of the type of thing where it could have been before Carter. They just didn't want people to think it was going on too long ago, so that it's too perfected of a technology. So they said Jimmy Carter. Well, we can say that Jimmy Carter was the first one we let out the lab. That's old enough, but not too old for people to think the technology's not that mature. I don't honestly know. I just know that that's what I had read that they said. So it's all a guessing game. Nobody really knows. But what I do know is the same thing I've said 1,000 times in the past. There I go. They lie about everything. They lie about everything. They're the mainstream media, baby. Ooh. They lie about everything. They lie about everything. They're the mainstream media, baby. Ooh. Well, you say the more I hear about Canada, the more shocked I am. Trudeau seems like a smiley sociopath. He seems like a smiley sociopath is a great way to see it. That's actually a great like it's a hook idea.
It's the smiley sociopath.
Where are we doing?
Smiley sociopath.
He's up in your path. He's walking straight across your path.
It's the smileyest, craziest person who's a smiley sociopath. It's the smiling, crazy sociopath. It's the smiley sociopath. Thank y'all for hanging.
Y'all, I'ma have to wrap this one on up
For the night, alright.
I'ma leave it on the
Cliffhanger, y'all. I'm singing. The demon and the despair.
the frog expressions of Revelation 16, perhaps.
The frogs of Revelation 16. Same thing. 16 bing. Revelation 16. The frogs of Revelation 16. Y'all know what I mean.
Alright, y'all, have a good night.
I hope y'all doing alright. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Sing it with me one last time. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. One more time, for the green. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Oh, it's getting kinda silly. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Raise your hands if you feel me now. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. I don't know how else to say it though. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. If I were you, I would not go out and vote. No. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Oh, y'all don't even know. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Oh, it's getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Hey. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Trying to do my own harmonies. Novella is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. So I'm not going to keep on repeating that, yeah. I'ma focus on my mind and my time. I'm trying to find solutions for what's mine on my mind. Oh, my responsibility, oh, my family. Oh, my health and my spirituality. All the things that I need to be concentrating on. And on my microphone, oh, I don't need to give no energy to these snakes and these freaks and these people who don't take no people about me. It's getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela, I'll figure life, you're very welcome now. This telenovela.
Y'all have a good night. I'm about to get my bow, my cello, and end it just like I started.
It's getting ridiculous.
If I can find a right note,
This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous.
For anybody who's not American, as an American, it's a telenovela. If you're not familiar with what that is, that's a Spanish soap opera. It's just a Spanish way to say a TV drama, a novella, a telenovela because it's on the television. It's a television dramatized skit. I'm using the word telenovela because, at least in America, it's kind of a stigma that most telenovelas are very poorly produced. They have poor production quality, and so it's a very corny story. So when I say this telenovela is getting ridiculous, this telenovela is getting ridiculous, that's because I'm trying to show y'all this is a TV drama, y'all. This SNL is kind of getting old. Your vote actually doesn't matter. I know that a lot of people think I'm so crazy for suggesting that, but I'm telling y'all we're financially already owned by China. Do the Chinese people's votes matter? No. In fact, most countries, if you're being honest, you could say that the leadership is not representative of its constituency. So when I say, this telenovela is getting ridiculous, I truly mean that because it's beyond obvious to me that the purpose is to make it so ridiculous that when it's destabilized, deconstructed, and replaced, that's welcomed, that's embraced, because too many consecutive terms of ridiculousness have existed, and that because that exists, here we are welcoming a new leadership structure that is not a constitutional republic, not a constitution for the states that happen to be united. People have completely lost the plot on how their country was even formed, much less how it runs now. Y'all don't even know how the states in America were like the states of the European Union. They're not, they're individual nations. A nation is a body politic, it's a group of people. A state is a body politic, it's a group of people. The United States were a bunch of independent countries that were united in not getting taxed by England. What happened 91 years after 1776 to 1871? 95 years, was that 95 years? 1776, 1876 would have been 1,000 or 100 years. So yeah, 95 years later, what happens? Yeah, the taxation without representation turned right back on. They didn't tell you about that. They just told you about the Boston Tea Party and the American Revolution and all that. They didn't tell you the astroturfing involved in the revolution, nor did they tell you what happened 95 years later, which actually matters. That's why it doesn't matter. Hello. That's why it doesn't matter. That's why we're dealing with an entirely fraudulent system, because the banking layer came in 153 years ago. And they're at the end of a 150-year charade that's so long in the tooth that it's hard to convince a lot of y'all to stop playing the charade that's 150 years old. Like, if you want to cast a vote, go back in time 150 years and vote. It'll be the last time you voted for an election that mattered in America anyway. Okay? Then we flash forward 150 years. None of us are told this. Some of us learn this, and we go, you guys don't, like, not voting is actually way more powerful than you realize, because it's saying, hey, I'm not picking A or B. It's like, if y'all ever seen that Key and Peele sketch, Front Hand, Backhand, I absolutely find that hilarious. Jordan Peele, who's literally a comedy genius, he's on the street corner, and Keegan-Michael Key comes up and he's like, hey, I got this game. And he's clearly playing somebody who's mentally a little held back, we'll just say. Jordan Peele is. And Keegan-Michael Key is hanging with his friends and say, hey, watch this, I'm gonna get this. Hey, you wanna play this game? Yeah. It's called Front Hand, Backhand. Front Hand, Backhand. Maybe you've seen this sketch. Front Hand, Backhand, right? Front Hand, Backhand. Pick which side of the hand you want me to slap you on. And he's like, all right, front hand. He goes, okay. Slaps the dude. He goes, oh, he flies into the trash can. And he stands back up. He's like, okay, I see what you're doing. All right, I want another turn. This time I choose backhand. So he looks at him. He's like, all right. Slaps him again. He goes flying out of his sneakers, right? And this time he comes back all messed up his head. He's like, all right. Listen, we're going to play front hand, backhand, but this time we're going to take another round, and you're going to go first, I'm going to go second. All right, backhand. And then eventually the joke is that Keegan-Michael Key is trying to say, hey, listen, I was pranking you. Like, I was pranking you. I don't really want to play either hand. You still get slapped. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't matter if it's my front hand or my backhand. He said, you was trying. No. I know what happened. Soon as I get good at playing front hand, backhand, you don't want to play front hand, backhand no more. It's hilarious because of the comedy in it. But it's very much like our politics. It's like red tie guy or blue tie guy, which one you want to get slapped with? Hey, it's been 150 years of this front hand, backhand. And at the end of the sketch, Keegan-Michael Key is like, it's cool, man. It's cool. I don't want to play no more. I don't want to hurt you anymore. Like, I've actually hit you so many times that it's not fun for me to hit you no more because it's not challenging for me because you're that slow and your brain is that stuck on front hand, backhand being like a thing that it's like the joke's ruined now. That's to me what the American political system is. That sketch perfectly sums up the American political system because it's front hand or backhand. Which hand do you want to be slapped with? You pick a hand, you get slapped with the hand, and then you go right back up to the guy that slapped you and want to get slapped with the other hand. As if there's no world in which not getting slapped is a thing. As if you just have to go by your day and get front-handed or backhanded on your way to work and home. Every time you leave the house, you got to run an errand. Okay, pick a hand, front hand or back. Maybe there's a world in which I don't have to get slapped at all. It's almost like saying maybe there's a world at which I don't have to pick either of these clowns to represent me at all. That's actually okay. It's okay to entertain that. When front hand or backhand are my only two options, I might just choose neither. When Tweedledee and Tweedledum are my only two options, I might just choose neither. When crotchety old crickle-headed whatever the heck is he's wearing, and this fool who can't even put a whole sentence together are my only two options, I might just not choose either one. I might. You know what? I'm about to just end it on there. End it on a nice note. I'm talking about how the telenovela is getting ridiculous, y'all. I'm gonna talk about it and I'm gonna vamp it on out. God, I'm a children. God bless America. God bless America. Land that I love. Stand beside me sometime. Trying to remember. I was gonna end it with some God Bless America, but I don't even remember that song. God bless America, land that I love, that I love, that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night, through the night, the night, and beside her and guide her on the night. From the mountain to the mountain to the prairie to the oceans wide with foam. How's that go? God bless America. I don't know the chords. I'm singing like this. God bless America. God bless America. Land that I don't really love that much, but it has a lot of good people, so stand beside them and guide them through the night with your light from above. From the mountains to the prairies. That's not the right melody. To the ocean wide, wide with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. Is that right? God bless America, my home,
sweet home, sweet home. Oh.
I'm trying to end it like a big rock ballad.
God bless America.
Morgan, I just saw you. What's up? I hope you're having fun. Probably working that late night third shift.
Learn that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above, from the mountains to the prairies.
I know I'm not singing the lyrics or the melody.
Through the ocean, wide with foam. God bless America.
They give me the 2-minute warning. I'm gonna call that a night, y'all. I hope, I do actually have a lot of hope for Americans. And I've said this before. America as a socialized global experiment seems to be toast. The leadership seems to be obviously buffoonish to the point of where it's evident that they're destroying what's left of the belief in the voting system in real time. So, sayonara. I don't know where it will be in 20 years from now, 30 years from now. Maybe right here, maybe in China somewhere, like living in the land of the free or whatever. I don't know where I'll be. Who knows? But all I know is
I know it's getting ridiculous. That's right. This telenovela,
y'all have a good night.
It's getting ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. Hey. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. This telenovela has been ridiculous. This telenovela is getting ridiculous. It's your boy 6'7", y'all signing out. Have a nice night. I'll talk to y'all later. Like this telenovela has been ridiculous. Been ridiculous.
all right, y'all have a good night.
That's all I got from your boy. Like what? I just going to what? Just because I'm just telling y'all like it's true to me. I just can't believe it neither. These people are so crazy. When I'm talking about your crazy, like, are you lazy? Like, are you amazing? Cause we the best, like.